different answers now. If the two host addresses produce different answers when compared against the subnet mask, they are now on different networks. Okay? Now again, we're going to talk about that in greater detail when we come to the video on calculating subnet boundaries. Okay? But that's the primary characteristic, if you will, that you need to be mindful of when you start subnetting, because if you're changing the size of the subnet, then all of a sudden there are systems that can no longer communicate with each other. So that needs to remain in the back of your mind, so to speak. And again, we will talk about that in greater detail because we'll see how you calculate those boundaries. But ultimately, that is simply the process of subnetting. You determine how large you want any given subnet to be, then you determine how many bits are required to accommodate that many hosts, and you change the subnet mask accordingly. Okay, let's just do one quick example to finish up. Let's say I decide that 64 hosts per network is not enough. Maybe I want, let's say, somewhere in the neighborhood of 100. Okay, well, I already know that where it is right now, I can only have 64. Well, let's go one more bit. Now how many can I have? Well, unfortunately, we can't get bang on 100. Binary just doesn't work that way. I can only double the amount of available addresses if I allocate one more bit. Okay, so now I have 7 bits available to address my hosts. 2 to the 7 is 128, but that does accommodate 100. So close enough is what it comes down to. So if I were to move that line one more bit, then this one gets flipped back to 0. Now my subnet mask is 255.255.255.128 because that's the only bit that's on. So we change the subnet mask to 128. Then I can go down to my CIDR notation and change that to 25 because now there are only 25 ones in our subnet mask. And once again, how many subnets have I created now? Well, if masking 2 bits made 4 subnets, then masking only 1 bit is 2 to the 1 or 2 subnets. So now I have half as many subnets, but twice as many hosts per subnet. So once again, it's still 256 in total, but with 7 bits to address my hosts. That's 2 to the 7 or 128. So again, 2 subnets, 128 hosts per network. Okay? But these 2 hosts are still on different subnets because look at the bit values here. 0 times 1 is 0. 1 times 1 is 1. So they are on different subnets because you get different answers. So they still can't communicate with each other. But again, just hold on to that thought for the time being. We'll come back to that when we talk about our subnet boundaries. For now, let's just focus on the process of moving that line by changing the subnet mask and determining how many hosts per network there are. And we'll continue this with our Class B and Class A networks in our upcoming demonstrations. Okay, now that we have seen the general process of subnetting in a Class C environment, in this video we'll take a look at applying that same process to a Class B network. Now, to get started, let's just recap the default Class B configuration. For starters, I still have my 2 host IP addresses. Host 1 is 172.16.0.100 and host 2 is 172.16.32.150, and the default subnet mask for a Class B configuration is 255.255.0.0. In other words, that divisionary line between the network address and the host address falls right down the middle. Okay? So with that, we have 16 bits available to address our host systems. which gives us a total of somewhere in the neighborhood of 65,000 plus possible values. So here's a situation where subnetting is certainly a little more common. You probably wouldn't see too many environments that would need 65,000 computers on any given network. That would be a lot of traffic. So whereas you would likely not see subnetting in a Class C environment, it would be much more common for Class B. So in its default state, I have a single subnet of approximately 65,000 hosts. Now, why am I saying approximately 65,000? Well, once again, this is just the nature of binary. So let's go back to my base 2 page, and I have extended the exponent all the way to 16 because we have 16 bits. And again, recall that the possible combinations doubles each time you add one more bit. So the Class C only used 8 bits, so that's 2 to the power of 8, or 256. But for every bit that you add, the total number of possible combinations doubles. So by the time you get all the way down to 16 bits, the actual value is 65,536, but close enough to say 65,000 plus, okay? And once again, as things are right now, these two host systems are on the same network. Again, the network ID for both of them is 172.16. That's it. It's the same value for both. So if we look at all the individual bits for each one, and then we compare those against the subnet mask, then we're always going to get the same answer over on the left-hand side in the network address, because the values are exactly the same. So 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 0 times 1 is 0. And 0 times 1, of course, is also 0. And again, since every value in the network portion is identical, they will always come out to be the same. In the host portion, we're multiplying against 0 for both of them. So even if we do see different values, such as a 0 in host 1, 0 times 0 is 0. 1 times 0 is still 0. Anything times 0 is 0. So we're going to get the same answer for all of the bits on the host side as well. So once again, as things are, these two hosts are on the same network. So when it comes to subnetting the Class B environment, basically the first thing you want to ask yourself is, how large do you actually want the network to be? As mentioned, as things are, we have a single subnet of over 65,000 hosts, which is quite a lot. So let's just arbitrarily pick a smaller number. Let's say something like 3,000 computers. Okay, that's a reasonable size. But recall that in binary, you might not be able to get exactly that value, but you can get close. So let's go back to our base 2 page, and if I look at maybe around 11 bits, well, that gives me 2048. That's not enough. 12 bits does give me enough, but some room to grow, so to speak, because it accommodates 4,096. But if 3,000 is the number, then that's what I have to do. Again, 2,000 is simply not enough. So you have to determine how many bits it requires to accommodate that many hosts. So in this case, it's 12 bits to get 3,000 computers per network. Okay, so let's go back to the subnetting page. And as mentioned, subnetting is the process of simply moving the line. So we'll leave the solid line where it was, again, as a reference. But if 4 bits were required, then that's how many have to be masked. So 1, 2, 3, 4, there. Move that line. We change the bit values from 0 to 1. So this becomes a 1, this becomes a 1, so does this one, and so does this one. So now we have changed the subnet mask. So it's no longer 255.255.0.0. We add up the values of the bits that we just masked, and it this case, 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 is 240. So that's the new value in the third octet of our subnet mask. So we'll put in 240 there. Then we'll also change the value for the network address because it's no longer 16 bits. We gave 4 more bits to the network portion. So the network is now 20 bits in total. And of course, our host address is smaller. It's no longer 16 bits. Once again, we masked 4. So the host address is now only 12 bits. Okay, but once again, that's still 32 in total. In this case, it's 20 on the network side, 12 on the host side. That's still 32 bits in total. Then for our CIDR notation, we'll update that as well because the / is always indicative of the number of ones in the subnet mask. So now we have 20. Okay? So this also allows you to immediately recognize the fact that this environment has been subnetted. If you see anything other than the default subnet mask and or a different value in the CIDR notation, then you always know that it has been subnetted. So now we have our smaller networks, but again, recall that we have made more networks or more subnets. How many did we create? Well, how many bits were masked? In this case, we masked 4 bits. 2 to the power of 4 is 16. So now, instead of one subnet, approximately 65,000 hosts, we have 16 subnets with approximately 4,000 hosts per network. Okay? But the total number of computers still remains the same. Now, again, to finish up, we have altered the configuration now with respect to the size of each individual network. So let's take a look at what happens now in terms of host 1 being able to communicate with host 2. Again, for the all zeros portion of the subnet mask, anything times 0 is 0, so no changes there. But in the section where we did mask the bits on the 32-bit, we see 0 times 1 is 0, 1 times 1 is 1. Now that we have a different answer when we compare each bit against the subnet mask, it means that these two hosts are now on different networks. Again, we'll talk about that when we come to calculating the subnet boundaries, but as things stand, these two hosts can no longer communicate with each other because we have reduced the size of each subnet. So with this configuration, these two hosts have been separated. They're on different subnets. Now, the other consideration that I quickly want to mention here is that in creating 16 subnets, you might think to yourself, well, this is the right size. I want somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,000 hosts, but I don't have enough hosts to fill up 16 networks. Maybe you only have enough to fill up 3 networks. But recall that these are all private addresses. They are not used on the public internet. So even though it might seem as though we are wasting a lot of addresses, if we only have, let's say, 2 or 3 networks of 4,000 each, it doesn't matter. You don't have to use them. Again, anyone using private addresses can configure their systems however they like, and they have no effect on the public internet. So even if there are a lot of addresses that end up not being used, that's perfectly fine. The idea behind subnetting is to get the size of any given network down to a more manageable size, which we have now done with our subnetted Class B. Once again, we will apply the same approach to a Class A network in our next video, and again, we will still talk about calculating those subnet boundaries a little bit later on. In this video, we'll take a look at subnetting a Class A network, but the process itself is still no different than any of the other classes. So we'll move along a little more quickly here, but we'll get started by recapping the default Class A configuration, which is to allocate only 8 bits for the network portion and 24 for the hosts. So that gives us a total of over 16 million possible values, because it's 2 to the power of 24. So let's go back to our base 2 page here, and I have extended this once again all the way up to 2 to the 24, and it's 16,777,216. So clearly that is a very large network. That's one subnet of over 16 million hosts per network in this case. So just like the Class B, you would see subnetting much more commonly with this type of configuration. As for the host addresses, we won't worry too much about the values, but again, the private range for the Class A network is 10.0.0. Something in this case. In fact, it's just 10 dot whatever, because again, only the first octet value is used in the Class A network. The default subnet mask is 255.0.0.0. Then host 2 in this case is 10.0.50.150. And we'll see how the subnetting affects these two hosts in just a moment. But in terms of getting started, you still approach this the same way. You determine how many hosts per network you would like to have, and you adjust accordingly. So again, let's go back to our base 2 page, and let's arbitrarily say that maybe we want somewhere around 30,000. Okay, that's still a fairly large network, but this is just for the purposes of demonstrating the process. So to accommodate 30,000, the closest we can get is 32,000, which requires 15 bits. Okay, 2 to the 15 is 32,000 plus. So let's go back to our subnetting page, and if we need 15 bits, then we just grab our line here, and if we start moving it, there's 8 bits to the right of the line. Then if we go all the way to the next period, that's 16. Well, that's one too many. That's 65,000 hosts. So if we go back one more, then there are the 15 bits that we need. And once again, once you've determined the placement of the line, so to speak, then we just flip the bit values in the subnet mask and determine what those values end up being. So all of these get flipped to 1. And what you'll notice here is that every bit in the second octet is being flipped. So already the subnet mask has changed to 255.255, which might appear as though it's a Class B environment, but the class is still indicated by the IP address. So the fact that we see a 10 address still indicates that this is Class A. Even though the subnet mask might seem like it's a default for a Class B, it doesn't matter. You can configure your subnets however you like. They can be as large or as small as you like. So this is still a Class A, no matter how small we make the subnets. But again, we're not finished. There's still one more bit to go here. So there are all of the bits masked, and we have effectively moved the line. So what's the new subnet mask? Well, as just mentioned, the second octet are all ones, so that's 255. So we'll change that value. But then one more bit of the third octet was masked. That's the 128 bit. So now our subnet mask is 255.255.128.0. Okay, let's update the values for the network address. Now we don't have 8 bits anymore. We have 17 bits.
Okay, everybody, let's take 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I'll see you back here at 3 after.
17 bits have been allocated to the network address portion. So that means that 15 bits remain for the host portion. So we'll update that. And our CIDR notation, of course, also changes. It's no longer /8. It's the number of ones in the subnet mask, which again is also 17. Okay? So the process is still exactly as it was for the Class B, but in terms of how many subnets we have created, well, it's the number of bits masked, which is 9. So that's 2 to the power of 9 in terms of the subnets. So back to base 2. 2 to the 9 is 512 subnets, but that's fine. What we were after were smaller subnets. We really don't need to be concerned about the number of subnets because we're using private addresses. So regardless of whether we use those addresses or not, it simply doesn't matter. So now we have 512 subnets with approximately 32,000 hosts per network. Okay? So again, the fact that we aren't using all of these addresses doesn't really matter. We have the more desirable size for any given subnet. And with respect to the configuration of these two hosts, in this case, we actually have not separated them. Let's look at the values in the subnet mask against each individual address. So again, in the host portion, we still have all zeros in the subnet mask. So anything times 0 is still going to be 0. So nothing has changed at this point. We did change all of the values in the subnetted portion here to 1, but look at the two addresses. In both cases, they are still all zeros for every bit. So 0 times 1 is obviously still 0. So these two hosts can, in fact, still see each other. The network is large enough so that these two hosts still fall within the same subnet boundary. Okay? Again, we'll come to the boundaries in an upcoming demonstration. I want to quickly finish up, though, by showing you a very common example that is done with the Class A addresses, and that is, in fact, to subnet them down to the size of a Class C environment. In other words, we take this line and we move it all the way down so that only 8 bits remain to address our hosts. So we just do the exact same thing. We flip our bit values to 1 for every bit that is masked, and the subnet mask now appears as though it's the default for a Class C environment. 255.255.255.0. Then we'll update our CIDR notation accordingly. Now it's /24. Now we have 24 bits for the network and 8 bits for the host. So again, that configuration is exactly like a Class C. So why not use a Class C? In short, you absolutely can. But the reason why this is common is quite simply because the 10 addresses are easy to work with. They're easy to remember. 10.0.0.1 might be your default gateway. 10.0.0.10 might be your web server. 11 might be your email server. 12 might be your print server. I mean, it doesn't matter, but they are very simple addresses, and they give you a much more manageable size of subnet. So if you are working with small subnets and you like using those private Class A addresses, then by all means, feel free to do so. Again, we have created a tremendous number of subnets now, 2 to the power of 16 subnets, so that's 65,000 subnets, but each one only accommodates 256 addresses, so it's very manageable and it's easy to remember. The fact that you might not use thousands upon thousands, even millions of addresses, still doesn't matter because these are private addresses, so they can be implemented however you like. Ultimately, that's your call, but the process is still the same. Just figure out how many hosts you want on any given network, determine how many bits are required to accommodate that many, then adjust the subnet mask values accordingly. In our last few videos, we saw how you can take any existing network and break it down into smaller units by subnetting, which, as we saw, reduces the number of hosts that can be accommodated on any given network. In this demonstration, we'll see effectively the exact opposite of that process, which is known as supernetting. So what you might imagine then is that if subnetting takes a single network and breaks it down into smaller networks, supernetting takes multiple networks and puts them back together, for lack of a better word, and creates a larger network. And that is absolutely something that you might do if you are already in an environment that has several smaller networks and you would like to combine them into a single unit. So what I've done here is to return back to my Class C network configuration because this is already a fairly small network. Recall that a Class C only allocates 8 bits for your host systems. 2 to the power of 8 is only 256, so that's a fairly small network. But as mentioned, what we can do is actually take these multiple smaller networks and supernet them into a larger network. Now, the only change that I've made so far is to the IP address of host 2. So host 1 is exactly as it was in the original subnetting video for Class C, 192.168.0.100. The subnet mask is still the default value of 255.255.255.0. We're going to be working with the subnet mask value, but host 2 now has an IP address of 192.168.3.150. So with this configuration, it means that this environment is using at least 4 subnets. And if we look over on the right-hand side, I've listed out the network addresses for each of those. So subnet 1 is 192.168.0. Again, the 0 on the end indicates that we're not concerned with any given host. We're only focusing on the network address. So 192.168.0 is still this value here in binary. Then 192.168.1.0 would be the next network because each one only accommodates approximately 250 hosts. So once you get to 255 for the last octet value of subnet 1, that's it. You can't go higher than that. There is no 256 in any given octet. So the next network is 192.168.1.0. Then the last IP address on that network is 255 for the final octet. Then we get to the next subnet, 192.168.2.0. And that keeps going up to 192.168.3. So those are the 4 subnets that are in use if this is one of the addresses that we're using. Okay, host 2 is on a different network, and we can verify that by still looking at the subnet mask against the individual IP addresses. So over on the far right here in the default situation, we still have all zeros in the subnet mask. So 0 times 0 for host 1 is 0. 0 times 0 for host 2 is 0. Fine. Anything times 0 is still going to be 0, but this calculation is performed for every bit of the IP address. So look what happens once we get to the network portion. 0 times 1 is 0, but 1 times 1 is 1. The same thing happens on the 2-bit here. 0 times 1 is 0, 1 times 1 is 1. So if you're getting different answers, then these hosts are on different networks. They therefore cannot see each other unless there are routers between them. Okay? So as it stands, each one of these is a default Class C network. We haven't done anything yet, but if I have 4 networks, then I need at least 3 routers to connect them all. 1 to connect subnet 1 to 2, 1 to connect subnet 2 to 3, and 1 to connect subnet 3 to 4. So that would give me sort of a linear path, if you will, but that would be the minimum. You would need at least 3 routers to connect these 4 networks together. Well, why supernet these back together? Because if I do, I don't need any routers, at least not to connect the subnets to each other. We're still going to have a default gateway to get us to the internet, of course, but I would still not need any routers to connect the subnets together, okay? So what's the process then? When we were subnetting, all we ever did was to take this divisionary line and move it into the host portion. So in other words, we always went to the right of where the default was, because that masked the bits from the host portion and resulted in fewer bits being available to address the hosts. If we have fewer bits available, we have a smaller network. Okay, well, that's all fine. Supernetting then moves the line the other way. All right, so now what we have done is not really to mask the bits from the host portion, rather we have exposed bits from the network portion, or to put that another way, we've given them back to the host portion. So now there are 10 bits available to address the hosts, but we're still using the same Class C addresses that we know and love of 192.168. whatever. Okay, so how do we move that line the other way? The exact same process. We just flip the bit value of the subnet mask. So instead of 1, this simply becomes 0. This one becomes 0, and that's it. Now we still have to recalculate the values, of course, because our third octet is no longer 255. We only ever add up the value of the bits that are set to 1. So that's our first 6 bits in this case, or 128 plus 64 plus 32 plus 16 plus 8 plus 4, which is 252. So our subnet mask is now 255.255.252.0. Likewise, we adjust the number of bits in the network portion. Now it's not 24. We gave 2 back to the host portion, so it's only 22 bits for the network portion. Now the host portion gets those 2 extra bits, and it's 10 bits in length. Our CIDR notation adjusts to /22, and we have now supernetted all 4 of those subnets back into a single subnet. Okay, so let's verify. Let's do the math. Every bit is always multiplied against the subnet mask. As we know, anything times 0 is 0. So over here in the supernetted portion, 0 times 0 is 0. 1 times 0 is 0. 0 times 0 is 0. 1 times 0 is still 0. So these 2 hosts are now on the same network, and I no longer need those routers for these subnets to see each other. Okay, so now what we've done is to create a single supernetted environment that allocates 10 bits to your host addresses. 2 to the 10 is 1024, so now we have approximately 1,000 hosts on a single subnet instead of 4 subnets with approximately 250 per network. So it's a simpler configuration. Now, that all said, you do have another option. You could just switch to the Class B environment and then subnet that Class B down to the same size, but that would require you to change your entire IP address configuration. You'd have to change all of your IP addresses to the 172.16 configuration that is used for the private Class B. So if you wanted to continue to use these same IP addresses while still allowing for larger network sizes, then supernetting would be a better option. Okay, in this video, we will take a look at the effect of subnetting in terms of the address boundaries that are created by any given subnet configuration. Now, I'm going to start with the Class C configuration because, again, it's the simplest to visualize, and I have already implemented the subnet configuration here, and I'd also like to just go over a couple of quick review points. For starters, the note in the upper right-hand corner here that states the all zeros and the all ones addresses are not used for standard host addressing. Now that goes for every network and or every subnet that you create. So again, those are not valid addresses in terms of the hosts, but they are still included in the range or the boundary of any given network. So I'll point that out again in just a few minutes. But with respect to the actual subnet configuration, I have already implemented everything. So in this example,
Hey everybody, we are back. Tam's on, good to see you guys.
And it's been broken down, in this case, into 4
Good,
subnets
good.
because I have masked.
We will continue to work
So
until
that
1.
line by masking.
At 2, when we get back, we will finish up our lesson for today, which is another hour. And then we'll break open, let's say, a study group for about an hour and see where that goes. So that's our plan of attack for today. Does anybody have any questions for me? I know I've kind of been bouncing in and out for the past hour.
So now my network address is 26 bits.
All right,
instead
but
of
I am here.
24. My CIDR notation says /26 because that's the number of ones in the subnet mask. And that leaves me 6 bits to address my hosts. Okay, so that's all summarized here. 2 bits masked, 6 bits available to address each host. That creates 4 subnets of 64 hosts each. Okay, and again, the number of subnets can be calculated by the number of bits that were masked, which in this case is 2, or 2 to the power of 2, which is 4. So that's 4 subnets, and each one can accommodate 64 hosts. So as for the boundaries then, I have those down below. So in this case, I'm just calling them subnet 1, 2, 3, and 4. So in the default state for this class C configuration, the network ID would be the first 3 octet values, which is 192.168.0. Again, that's the default network ID. Okay, so that's still where everything starts. So the first possible address is 192.168.0.0. Now again, remember the all zeros value in binary is the routing entry, but it's still in this range, okay? But if I can only accommodate 64 hosts and we start at 0, then the last address in this range is 0.63, okay? That's 64 possible combinations, but 0 counts. So it goes from 0 to 63. That's the end of that subnet. And if we were to express 63 in binary, then that would be all ones because you would have to enable all 6 remaining bits to get to 63. Notice the sum down below here in the spreadsheet says 63 if I add up those 6 bits. So all ones in binary is the broadcast address. So it's still within this range, but that address is not used for host addressing, okay? The all zeros and the all ones are never used in any network for host addressing. So the 0 decimal address would be all zeros in binary, and in this case, 63 is the all ones value, so this is the broadcast address. So the usable values in this case would be 192.168.0.1 as the first address, then 192.168.0.62 as the last usable address, but that's still the boundary from 0 to 63, okay? So always just remember that about the all zeros value and the all ones value. They are not used to address your hosts, but they are still within the boundary of that subnet. So if subnet 1 ends at 63, then the next subnet begins at 64, okay? And once again, you can sort of think of that as the first value or the value that would equate to 0. So if I'm counting by 64, for lack of a better word, for each subnet, then the last one is 127, okay? So 64 counts, and then you just add up 64, 65, 66, 67, and you just keep counting. The 64th address will be 127. Then the next subnet begins at 0.128, and again, that would be the first value on this subnet. So if you add up 63 more, then you end up at 191. The last subnet then begins at 192 and goes up to 255. So what you'll notice is that the octet value is incrementing in each case by 64. So here we have a 0 for the last octet value, then we have a 64, then we have 128, then we have 192. So each one adds 64 to the previous value. Then the same thing happens for for the last value. It's 63 at the end here. Add 64 to that and you get 127. Add 64 to that, you get 191. Add 64 to that and you get 255. And that's the end of this entire address range. Okay? So if we look at our two host systems then, 192.168.0.100 falls in between 64 and 127. So host 1 is on subnet 2. Host 2 is 192.168.0.150. So that falls within the range of subnet 3. So the two hosts can no longer see each other. And again, let's quickly recap. You can determine that by examining the IP address against the subnet mask. And in this case, we see 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 0 is 0. So that's a different answer. As soon as TCP/IP sees that it is a different answer, it determines that these two hosts are on different networks, and in terms of forwarding the packets to communicate with this system, it will attempt to forward them to the default gateway. It will no longer attempt to establish a direct connection. If they are in the same subnet, then they should be plugged into the same switch and they should find each other no problem. But as soon as that answer comes out to be different, so if host 1 is trying to reach host 2, this calculation will say, well, host 2 is on a different network. Therefore, your packets must be forwarded to the default gateway in order to reach host 2. It will never attempt to find it on the same subnet. Okay, so as long as there is a default gateway between these networks, then they can certainly communicate. But
hey Charles, I'm gonna send you in. You free right now?
For these systems to be able to
Are you
communicate.
okay? I thought you was talking to somebody.
Okay.
I'll send you a
So
breakout
again,
invite.
that one is relatively simple because we are only dealing with very small subnets here, only 64 hosts per subnet. So it does get a little more complicated when we start looking at the Class B environments, but the process is still the same. So once again, I have already implemented everything here. I have, in this case, 3 bits masked, which means that there are 13 bits available to address the hosts, and that configuration creates 8 subnets. Again, 3 bits masked is 2 to the power of 3, which is 8. So that creates 8 subnets. Since we are working with a Class B, which by default supports somewhere in the neighborhood of 65,000 hosts, in this case, with 8 subnets, then each one can accommodate roughly 8,000 hosts. Specifically 8,192, but close enough. So again, the process is still the same, but it is a little more difficult to calculate now because it's a lot easier to count by 64 in our previous example than it is to count by 8,192. But there is a little bit of a shortcut, for lack of a better word, or at least something that I find helps to visualize how you increment your values. And that's the fact that each octet value can only go as high as 255. That's the highest number you can have. So if we look at the very last octet value here in subnet 1, it goes to 255. Once you hit that point, you can't go any farther. So the octet value before that must then increase by 1. Okay? Now for easy math and or easy visualization, let's just round that 255 down to 250. Okay? Now let's look at the very first address, 172.16.0.0. So we know that the last octet value, the 0 right there, can only go as high as 255. Let's round down to 250. As soon as that hits 250, then you have to increment the previous value by 1. Okay? So each time you increment this previous octet by 1, you get 250 more addresses. So if I were to increment that value 4 times, 0, 1, 2, and 3, that's 1,000 addresses. Okay, again, round it down. So for every 4 increments of the third octet, you get 1,000 addresses. Well, if 4 increments gets me 1,000, then 32 increments will get me 8,000. Okay, again, if 4 increments gets me 1,000, increments gets me to 8,000. So that indicates then that I still have a fairly regular increment. In this case, it's 32. In other words, I'm counting by 32. Then we see 64. Then we see 96. And that keeps going. Then we see 128. Then 160. Then 192. Then 224. Each of those values on the third octet is 32 higher than the one before. So we just keep adding 32. The same thing happens on the upper range. 172.16.31.255 is the last value because, again, 0 counts. If you need 32 values, but you're including 0, then the range is 0 to 31. So 172.16.0.0 is the first address of subnet 1. 172.16.31.255 is the last address of that subnet. From that point, the 31 must be incremented to 32. Okay? Then that one goes up to 172.16.63. 32 with an increment of 32 gets me to 63 because, again, you include the 32. So it's 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and by the time you get to 63, that's the 32nd value. Then that one goes to 255. Then you have to increment the 63 to 64. Okay, so again, it's the exact same counting mechanism, for lack of a better word. I'm just adding 32 each time, but the 64 can be thought of as the 0 address. Then you add 32, that gets you to 95. So again, the third octet value is incrementing by 32 in each case, but on the third octet because we have so many more computers per network. So that just keeps going and going. So subnet 5 in this case starts at 128.0, then add 32 more, it goes to 159.255, 159 increments to 160, then that one goes to 191.255, then 192.0 to 223.255, finally 224.0 through to 255.255 as the last address. So in terms of the hosts, once again, host 1 has been subnetted away from host 2 because 1 falls within the very first subnet at 172.16.0.100. That's within subnet 1, but host 2 is in 16.32. So there's host 2. And once again, if we look at the binary, we see that 0 times 1 is 0. 1 times 1 is 1. Different answer, different subnets. And if host 1 attempts to communicate with host 2, it will simply forward its packets off to the default gateway. Okay? So, one final example, class A. In this case, I have 10 bits masked and 14 available to address my hosts, which creates 1,024 subnets, each one supporting 16,384 hosts. Okay, so now we have even larger subnets, but it's still the exact same process. Again, every 4 increments of the third octet gets you 1,000 addresses. So to get to 16,000 addresses, well, 16 times 4 is 64. So now I'm incrementing by 64. So look at the range. The first one for subnet 1 is 10.0.0.0 to 10.0.63.255. I incremented by 64. 0 counts, so the last value is 63. Then .255, and that's the end of that subnet. The next one then begins at 64. Okay? 64.0 then adds 64 to the third octet value from the previous one, which was 63. and that's 127.255. That's the last address there. Then 127 increments to 128, and it's the exact same counting mechanism. In this case, I'm just adding 64 to each octet value. So we see 0, 64, 128, 192, but then look what happens for subnet 5. The last value of subnet 4 was 10.0.255.255. That's it. Those are as high as they can go. So now the next octet value has to increment by 1. But we still count by 64. So if the first one is 10.1.0.0, then the last one is 10.1.63. That one fills up to 255. Then we go to 10.1.64. I'm still counting by 64 on that octet. It's just that the previous octet value has now incremented by 1. But each one of those still accommodates approximately 16,000 hosts. Now, that process just keeps going, but clearly I couldn't list out the ranges for all 1,024 subnets. But you just continue on using the same counting mechanism. Okay, so again, it can be a little bit tricky at first to visualize those increment values, but I do always like to remember that, again, 4 increments of the third octet gets you about 1,000 addresses. So then it's just how many times do I have to do that to get to 8,000, 16,000, 32,000, whatever it's going to be. So then finally, just to look at the 2 hosts in this case, host 1 and host 2 are both still on the first subnet because both of these addresses are effectively still falling to the right of the divisionary line. And whoops, forgive me, I forgot to flip these bit values here. My mistake. These, of course, would all be 1s now that they have been masked. So in this case now, all of the bit values are being compared against 0. So 0 times 0 is 0. 1 times 0 is 0. Anything times 0 is 0. So we're always going to get the same answer. So these 2 hosts are in the same subnet, and they would not need a default gateway between them. Okay, now this will become a little bit easier the more you do it, like anything, but just always remember that as soon as you start subnetting, you are going to be creating these boundaries. So you need to be mindful of where your hosts are with respect to those boundaries. So in this course, we've examined how to implement IP version 4 network addressing. We did this by exploring the differences between public and private IP addresses, RFC 1918 and how it's used for internal host addressing, understanding link local, loopback, and default gateway addresses, as well as automatic private IP addressing and EUI 64, performing base 2 conversions and working with binary values, subnetting fundamentals, binary to decimal conversions, CIDR notations, and determining subnet sizes, subnetting class A, B, and C networks, performing supernetting, and calculating subnet boundaries. In our next course, we'll move on to explore use cases for modern network environments.
with today's pre-show of our N10009 Network Plus study group. Right, we've got all of the things going here. I've been working on getting the stream up and running. We've got video inputs, look super good. We've got recordings going here. I've already done the podcast intro. So far, so good on the pre-show. I think things are working swimmingly. This only means that there is potential for danger in our future. You always have to wonder, like, things are going way too well. Things are moving along swimmingly. What did we forget? What is not going to work later? Everything seems to be working fine. Hello, chat room. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. We have about 8 minutes, just under, before we get things started here. I have, of course, all new questions for you in this first hour. In fact, I will put up the link so that you can get to the virtual map that we have here. You can put your virtual pin into the map wherever you happen to be in the world so that others can see that as well. Hopefully I turned it on so that you can see that. Yes, you can see that. So you can see it on your side, not just on my side. Somehow that's the way it works. Absolute in the chat room. Passed Security Plus today. Congratulations. I need like an applause noise maker here. I need something to pop that up and hit about. In fact, I have it. Actually, I have that built into. In fact, is there even what kind of sound do we have on this? We have all kinds of weird sounds on it. Just nothing good actually. But I need to come up with those. I could just hit a button and we would hear noisemakers or applause or cheering, because that's what I think when I see someone say, pass my Security Plus, congratulations, Absolute, on your new Security Plus certification, great score. That's got to feel good, right? It's always after you finish the exam, you walk out of there, it's been months, certainly weeks of your time, in many cases months of your hard work, and you walk in and you crush it. It feels so good walking out. In fact, you don't even have to crush it. I just want to get the right score to pass. I don't even care about doing a perfect score. I just need a passing score. And ultimately, that's all that matters, is the passing score. If you did that, you did the right thing. It just depends. So congratulations on that. Thanks for joining us today and telling us that. I know it's the Network Plus Study Group. It's such a great story. When we get stories like that, it's very motivating. It pumps me up. Gives me a reason, not for a living, but you know what I mean. It's like there's a purpose to what we are doing here, and it's nice to see when we get to just one of those stories. It's such a good feeling. So we all work together, and we all succeeded. I love it. I love it. Gabriel says, pass Network Plus by studying 4 months. See, that sounds about right. Sounds about normal. My videos only while doing 45-minute cycling sessions. This is the way to do it. See, you can come out 4 months afterwards. Not only are you certified, but you're a little more buff. You're a little more in shape. You can go up that extra flight of stairs when you're doing that. Heck, 45-minute sessions over 4 months. You probably you did not miss leg day for sure. So now you need another certification just for the upper body. So we got to work on that and figure out what would we do to make that happen. Okay, we got about 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go before we get things started here. Thanks for joining us. Settle in, get a drink, make yourself comfortable. We will go through that process. Oh, Gabriel says, yeah, studying Network Plus. Now we need to work on the upper body. Maybe something that can give us a little resistance training, something along those lines. Doesn't have to all be pumping. It doesn't all have to be aerobic. We can have some muscle in there too, right? We can work on that. That's a great combo, by the way. Studying and fitness. Maybe one drives the other. Maybe they swap back and forth as to which one drives the other. But it's so great that you have the option. That's the way to do it. There's more Orlando folks checking in. The Orlando connections are here. Windermere, checking in, or wherever you are. That's where I am, I guess. Sort of in that area, that southern area of Orange County. I like to hang out. So works out well. Hello, London, UK. Thank you for specifying the UK part, because there's quite a few Londons around. So I appreciate you letting us know that. Haven't been to London in a while. I need to work on that. I love London. So for sure. Is this setup a little overkill? Absolutely. Absolutely it is. To be fair, this is a much smaller configuration than we've ever had. So that all works out. We've got streaming here, we've got video switching here. These two monitors are my daily drivers, and then we have the presentation system. That's really it. There's not much more. There's some recording systems down here, and there's some audio equipment and video equipment down here. But basically everything you see here runs the entire thing, which is remarkable. This is, we've worked hard to get everything onto one desk, and there it is. We got it on the desk. It works out perfect. So now we work on Network Plus. That's what we're doing today. So I have all new Network Plus configurations, the things that we do, we're all good to go. This is not just the streaming configuration, but when we are not streaming, these left two large monitors are turned off. Those are powered down. I work really on the two that are on my front and right. The laptop is pushed back. We don't use that. So basically, when we're not live, there's really not much happening here. It's a normal actually the screens come back towards me. You know, we readjust where they are. They're on arms. I can move them wherever I'd like. But it's one where it's very different when you're not live. There's not as many blinky lights. There's not as many screens are on. It's not near as exciting. But it is a nice studio to work in, because I can sit here and then work on creating the content, pop quiz questions for the week, work on the book, et cetera, et cetera.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With most options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast.
And then we've got plenty of space to work. It's a very open and quiet area to work. It works out very well. We've spent a long time, obviously, thinking about this and trying to figure out what would be an optimal work environment for what we do. So there you go. That is what we do. Do we have Core 1 study groups? I don't do any for the 1100 series, since those retire in September. We already moved over to the 1200 series, but we do. Last week, for example, we did two study groups for A+, Core 1 and Core 2, but for the 1201 and 1202. Well, we've got 3 years worth of reruns you can watch. 3 years of on-demand Core 1, 220, 1101 study groups you could go through. And they're all just as valid 3 years ago as they are today, because the exam objectives did not change a thing in the last 3 years. So you're good. Study group schedule is available at professormesser.com/calendar or at the events channel on our Discord. We'll make that happen too. Well, we've got a lot to work through today. We got less than a minute to go before we get started, but we will have all Network Plus coming. If you would like to answer or ask, questions for later, you can do that by going to professormesser.com/QA. That is not only where you can ask questions for the second hour, that is where we will be answering questions in this first hour. So you can even see we've got quite a few people that have checked in over here on the big map from all over the world. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody, even in the middle of what is sort of not really Indian Ocean, is it? Is it sort of? Out there. We've got South America checking in. South Africa is here. A lot of folks in North America, folks checking in from Europe. Thank you so much for joining us. We got a lot going on. Folks checking in from North Florida, checking in from Two-Egg, checking in from Lundstown, checking in from Monticello. Thank you for being here. 12 noon, everybody. That means we can actually do a live stream, right? Let's do a live stream right this very second. We'll turn off these things. We'll turn on those things. We'll make all of this work. We'll change this around. And let's turn on, one moment, please. We're rearranging things on this side. I need my keynote to be clicking away as we get ready to go. And let's do a live stream. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the August 2025 Professor Messer N10009 Network Plus Study Group. This is the study group where I ask you questions that come directly from the CompTIA exam objectives. And if you are here live and joining us, you can interactively join us to determine what you think the right answer might be, and then we'll go through all of the answers and see exactly why the right answer is right, maybe why some of those wrong answers are wrong. If you are here live, we would love for you to join us. One way that you could do that is following us by going to a new browser window. Just pop open a new tab and go over to the link that is on your screen, professormesser.com/QA. That is the link that will get you to all of the questions and give you a chance to answer right there on the screen in real time. Now, if you're watching this on a replay, that's okay. That link obviously won't be available to you on a replay, but you can still follow along with us. Just make a mental note of what you think the right answer might be. Now, why don't we start with a question? As always, of course, our standing rules are please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, we want to answer this question by visiting the link on your screen, professormesser.com/QA. The question we have for you is a question from last month, so we call this our rewind question. The rewind question asks, a laptop has received an IPA address, but the DHCP server is operational and responds to pings. Which of the following is the most likely reason for this issue? Is the answer...
Currently in the middle of studying interviews and
2.1x authentication required, pool exhaustion, gateway of last resort not configured, duplicate IP.
But if you stop by and I'm busy, just leave a thumbs up, or you can also just leave a comment as well. I'll definitely respond once I'm able to.
Issue. If you think you know the answer, again, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, to answer this question, head over to professormesser.com/QA, and we will discuss your answers with that in just a moment. Thank you so much for joining us. We do one of these study groups every month for the Network Plus exam. Of course, we have an entire archive of study groups where you can go back and watch every single one of these replays to get ready to take your Network Plus exam. Of course, we have a complete Network Plus training course on our YouTube channel. There's every minute of every video is out there. Nothing is behind the paywall. Nothing requires registration. You don't have to do anything special to gain access to this course. Our goal is to make these courses available to everybody so that they can get a new job in IT or get a better job in IT. Of course, when we are not doing one of these live streams, you can go to professormesser.com/YouTube to watch the videos. Of course, we also have a weekly Network Plus pop quiz question that's available on Twitter, it's available on Instagram, it's available on LinkedIn. You can find a lot of places. If you want to find us there, simply go to professormesser.com/Twitter or /X, professormesser.com/Instagram, professormesser.com/LinkedIn. You get the idea. Simply type professormesser.com/ and the name of the place, and I think you'll be in pretty good shape there. You'll find exactly where it is supposed to be. The exam that we will be talking about today is the current version of the Network Plus exam called the N10009. This was a version of the exam that was released on June the 20th of 2024, so it's really just over a year old. Relatively young in the 3.5-year life cycle of these exams.
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack.
We also have, if we measure that out then, 3.5 years, that means that this exam is probably going to retire somewhere around the 4th calendar quarter of 2027. That means if you are currently studying for this version of the Network Plus exam, you have exactly the right version, and you don't have to worry about this version changing anytime soon. The exam itself is 90 minutes in length with a maximum of 90 questions. You could get fewer than 90 questions on your exam. The score that you're shooting for is a 720, and that is graded on a scale between 100 and 900. I get emails all the time after these live streams saying, wait, I don't understand. There's a 100 to 900? It's not 0 to 900? It is not. It is more confusing than that. I think intentionally so. I think they're trying to make it so that their grading scheme is unique to CompTIA, and they have succeeded. That is exactly what it is. The score that you need to make is a 720. That's the only thing you need to worry about. Did you make a 720? Good, then you passed this particular exam. The exam itself consists of different kinds of questions, both multiple choice based questions, which we just had one of those, and performance-based questions, and we will have a performance-based question before we are done today. Don't forget that not only is our entire course available for free, but we have other study materials that can help you with your Network Plus training. They are all on our website at professormesser.com/netsuccess. We have downloadable versions of our videos along with MP3 audio files. We have course notes and so much more. They are on our website. You can find out more by visiting professormesser.com/netsuccess. I also have a video replay of this live stream available immediately afterwards on YouTube. I also create an audio-only podcast version so that you can simply subscribe to it with your favorite podcast listening program, and then wherever you happen to be, you can bring it up and listen to it, even if you aren't anywhere near an internet connection at the moment. This is great if you're in the car, if you're working out, you don't have a way to watch a screen, but you can listen in on what we're doing. You can find out more about that or add it to your favorite podcast listening program at professormesser.com/podcast. And if you are in a streaming media service, a streaming music service or podcast service, like Spotify, for example, you can simply search for Professor Messer. We're already on there. You'll find it, click on it, you can start listening right away. Another thing you'll notice is that about a day after we are done, the YouTube video description will be updated with a series of detailed timestamps and explanations of what exists at that timestamp. This is thanks to my marketing manager, Lori, who's watching this on the replay. Hey, Lori. She's going through and making sure that all of these timestamps are accurate and complete.
All righty, we are back. Everybody feeling the flow, feeling the vibe.
By probably 2x speed. So
Leah's halfway asleep. Mr. T is putting his hands in his face.
Timestamps and the information you're getting there, feel free to give Lori
Martin is, looks like he's in the zone.
Hello. It's something
And
that
he is hacking somebody. Let me see.
you as well with your studies.
Mr. T says subnet is just straight math. I have an easy way to subnet. It's super easy. In fact, it is so easy, I do not teach it on the slides because the slides will confuse the heck out of you.
Those folks are able to open up.
And when I show you, you can be like, it's that simple. Yep, it's that simple.
Be able to manage that particular study room.
But if you're a mathematician like Mr. T, hey, you might want to do that. Yep, something that in his head. Michael, when I show you, you're going to be like, well, why didn't they just do that before? And I'm going to be like, I know, right?
Following the links in the upper right of my website, or simply go to
So after lunch, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Because we can get to, we only got another hour worth of lessons left. We can do that toward the end of the day. When we get back, we're jumping into subnet after lunch. How about that?
We have discounted exam vouchers.
Let's just get to it. Let's just get it out of the way. We're not even there yet as a lesson, but we got time. We can just get into it now. So by the time we do get to the lesson, we've done it 3-4 times, right?
Yeah.
It just soaks in a little bit better. Micro lessons.
Vouchers.
Yep. Let's just let it just smack us in the face now.
Are you automatically getting a discount? You also have access to my exclusive Exam Hacks ebook. This is an ebook that you cannot buy. It is only bundled with a voucher or with my success bundles, and it provides you with a set of tips, tricks, and accumulated
how's the bass sound in that thing?
study options
Good?
that I have created through the years.
Those Marshalls are good.
All of these different
Marshalls, they make amps, don't they?
So if you need some tips
Yep,
on how
I
to
knew
study
I
a
heard
little
that word
better,
before.
or you
Because
want
when I'm in Guitar Center,
what you can do
Marshall. Yes, stage amps, all that stuff.
They are in the Exam Hacks ebook. You can find out more about our vouchers and more at professormesser.com/vouchers. Let's go back to the question we asked earlier.
Mike, how long is the battery power on
An
here?
API/IPA address.
17 hours.
Server is operational
Jeez.
and responds to pings.
The only thing that this thing fails at is not having the audio jack. That's it. It has a Bluetooth, everything else, but and it's waterproof as well. Waterproof and dustproof. It says.
Good stuff.
Duplicate IP address on the local subnet, or is it the DHCP server needs a static route?
This right here is a Sony SRS.
Let's close our poll and see what we came up with. 67%
This one lasts about 12 hours. It has an audio jack, it has a Bluetooth, but it's just it's not as loud as the other one. That's it. It's not waterproof. But besides that, this thing used to cost $35 to $50. Now if you look for them, it costs $200.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got like 3 of these now. Cost all like $30. Yeah, they're great. You compare 'em?
67%
Yeah.
of you said the answer was
We have
pool
to
exhaustion, and you
Beats
would be
pills.
absolutely correct. That is the
So we
answer
ride
we were
e-bikes.
looking
My wife's
for.
got one on
In
hers,
this
I got one
particular
on mine,
case,
so we'll
we
pair them
believe
together.
The DHCP server is working.
It's got a good
service is
sound.
running. We can ping the device. It's accessible across the internet. Well, look, the machine
I like
is
driving.
running,
I like riding
and
through my
the service
neighborhood
is
on the
running.
e-bikes, and then I put
Why
on
don't
easy.
I have a
Cruising down the street in my
Why
six
did I
four,
get an
but I'm on an
automatic
e-bike.
private IP address assignment? That is the APIPA. Well, probably because there are
Maybe on a golf course like this.
servers' jobs
Who is
to
that?
hand out IP addresses
It's me.
until it runs out. And when the DHCP server runs out of IP addresses, you will not be able to get any assigned.
I like that,
IP
Mr. T.
from that device.
Easy e-bike.
Therefore, you will fall back to an APIP.
Hey, I didn't even think about that before.
At this point,
Look at T.
you may want to check your
Y'all be thinking of
make sure it is up and running. And if it is running, you'll probably see very quickly that you have depleted your available IP address.
Cruising down the street in my
pool.
12-inch
You need
rims.
to add additional IP addresses to be able to hand those
They ain't
out
even
to other
22s,
folks.
they
You
12s.
can also lower the lease time a bit. That might help you. That could also contribute to keeping the number of available addresses for other folks who might join. But this might be a case where we just need to monitor it a little bit better with some IP address management software, some IPAM, that might help you as well.
The high-quality industrial products you need, plus a million more. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We put it through the worst, so you get its best. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality.
So we do have a number of answers along with the pool exhaustion. 12% of you said there was a duplicate IP address on the local subnet. Well, in this particular case, we didn't get any messages that there were duplicate IP addresses. We weren't assigned a duplicate IP address. Normally, our operating systems these days will tell you on the screen, we've identified a duplicate IP address and can't assign it, therefore you don't get any IP address. That didn't happen here. We just weren't able to get an assigned IP address from the DHCP server. 8% said the gateway of last resort was not configured. If that's the case, we would not be able to ping or otherwise communicate with the DHCP server. And in this case, it is responding to pings, so we don't really have a problem with the gateway. 7% of us said that 802.1x authentication is required. It's certainly required to do other things on the network, but the first process of getting an IP address does not commonly require an 802.1x authentication. How could you do 802.1x authentication if you don't have an IP address yet? There's a whole chicken and egg problem there. So that's not the issue we were looking at. And lastly, the DHCP server needs a static route. Again, we know it's not a routing issue because we were able to ping the device and get a response. In this case, the answer was indeed pool exhaustion. 67% of you got that one absolutely correct. Well done. Well, this is a multiple choice question. This is one where there is a single question to ask and there are multiple options to choose from. Even if you didn't know the answer to this one, you still had a 20% chance of getting it right. Just dumb luck, just the statistics, the random pick something, and 20% of the time you're going to randomly pick the right one. CompTIA wants to make things a little bit more difficult for you though, so they've come up with a different style of question at the very beginning of the exam. For example, the beginning of the exam, you will not get multiple choice questions. You will get a handful of performance-based questions. A performance-based question is simply anything that's not multiple choice. So this could be fill in the blank, it could be a matching question, it might put you a command prompt and ask you to perform a function, you might have to put things in a particular order, it might be a drag and drop that you have to work with. As long as you know the exam objectives, it really doesn't matter how they ask the question. Everything that they're going to ask, whether it is a multiple choice question or a performance-based question, is all based on the exam objectives. So as I often tell people, don't worry about how they're asking the question, worry about what's in the question. And as long as you know the topics that are covered on the exam objectives, it really doesn't matter how they ask it. You will know the answer to this question. Now, a lot of you have also sent me notes and said, let's do more hands-on real-time lab type scenarios. So I have one of those for you today. This is I'm going to call it a 4-step question, but it's really sort of a 3-step question. I want you to write down this particular information. I want you to perform the following troubleshooting steps. I want you to first, from this command prompt, although technically you can do this from, this is a Windows command prompt, you can do this from Linux or Mac OS as well. In fact, a lot of the screenshots, not in this case, but in the screenshots that I've done, previous ones were directly from Mac OS. They're similar commands and similar output. The four options, the four things I'd like you to do is first, identify the IP address and verify availability of the default gateway. This might actually be two commands in one single bullet there. So how could I identify the IP address, and this is in Windows, so it will be a very specific command that you will use, a Windows command, and verify availability of the default gateway. So what would you do to, somebody says, hey, I need you to find the IP address of this device and verify the availability of the default gateway. Got it, here's what I will type in. That's what you need to put in. The second thing I'd like you to tell me is, I want to view the MAC address, or in this case, it should be just a single address. There's only one MAC address on the default gateway. So I want to view the MAC address of the default gateway, even though it says addresses. So the MAC address, there's a single MAC. How would we do that? How would we view the MAC address of that default gateway? Give me the command that will tell me that. And then I want you to verify the availability of 1.1.1.1. We're going to see if we can communicate out to the internet. What command would we use for that? So these are really 3 or 4 separate commands that we would be using at this point. Now you're going to get a response of 1.1.1.1, and then I want you to tell me why we can't view the MAC address of 1.1.1.1. Or can we? I want you to help me explain what's going on there. So those are the 4 things I would like you to tell me how you would do this. Normally in the exam, you're probably put on an active command prompt. You're actually typing these things in and seeing the feedback on your screen. And if you'd like to do that on your own computer, please feel free. Pop open a command prompt right now and go through these commands and see what you get. That would be a good way to test out these particular commands. It's not cheating. You're fine doing that. I have given you permission to open a command prompt, run them on your screen just to see if we really know what the answers to this one might be. Number of folks that are putting their answers in there right now, being able to give us more feedback on this. And it's something that gives us an idea or has us think about the way that some of these network technologies are working under the surface. And we will look at those to be able to view it as well. A lot of folks giving me more information on these. Nobody really telling me yet how to view the MAC address of the default gateway. I got a few actually that have come in and yes, you have been able to show me some of that. Some folks are right on it. I think some folks have done this today. So this is actually a process that you will end up doing many times throughout your career. You're troubleshooting a connection and knowing IP addresses of the device you're using, knowing the IP address of the default gateway, and viewing MAC addresses can be very useful. In fact, we will talk more about some of that and where they come from. And get a feel for what these commands might be. Remember that all of these commands will be Windows commands, although some of them will have a similarity to Linux and Mac OS. Some of the commands we will use here are identical. Some of the commands we will use here will be very different. So make sure you know those differences between those different operating systems. Number of you putting in your answers, I see them coming through on my side. You obviously don't see them on the screen here, but I'm watching. And a lot of folks are spot on. You guys are really good with your troubleshooting, apparently on the network side. Some of you making some guesses. Most of these guesses are not correct, but they're very good guesses. This is one where I put a lot of different questions into one single question. So we'll have to find out what this is. So people are in the chat room are already asking, well, how do I know if I got this right? Trust me, we will go through the whole thing so that you can see exactly what these differences are and what we might choose. In fact, let's start with the very first bullet that we have here. I want to, from this Windows computer, identify the IP address and verify availability of the default gateway. So I want to know what is the IP address of the default gateway and how do I know if it's working? How do I know if it's alive, if it's on the network? Well, to be able to do that, we probably need 2 different commands. We will start with the ipconfig command, because we are in Windows. Windows is one that has the specific IP config option. It's a little different in the Linux world, where we are either using the ifconfig or the IP command to be able to do this. And on Mac OS, we would probably just do either one of those as well. They work exactly the same on the Mac OS side. So ipconfig is definitely a Windows-only command. And look at the information it provides. It tells us our connection-specific DNS suffix. In this case, I really don't have a fully qualified domain name for this device. It's just on the local domain.
All right, everybody, I didn't even realize it. It's already 1 o'clock. It's
A
lunchtime.
temporary IPv6 address and a linked local
Mike, I sent you a chat. Take a look at it when you can. Everybody, yeah, we enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here in an hour.
Is 192.168.1.98.
Get some fresh air. Stretch your legs.
255.255.255.0, and then lastly, we have our default gateway of 192.168.1.90. What? Default gateway, that's what we needed to know. So the IP address of our default gateway is 192.168.1.99. So there you go. We have at least the first part of that problem solved with just a simple ipconfig command with no additional parameters. And the second part of this is verifying the availability of the default gateway. Can we reach the default gateway? Is the default gateway up and running? Are we at least able to verify that it's on the network? And to be able to do that, we simply perform a ping. We can ping the IP address of the default gateway, which in this case is 192.168.1.99, and on my network, that's what they are. On your network, it's probably going to be a very different default gateway. I did not configure this default gateway because I would have made it 192.168.1.1. Is that the default gateway? It is not. The people that installed that particular network decided that a great default gateway would be a .99. They did. Eventually, I will be changing this, and it will be a banner day for me because it makes me twitch a little bit whenever I see that. So if we ping it, we can see that we did get a reply from that address, and we got 4 separate replies, which is the default for Windows. So at this point, we have accomplished step 1. We know what the IP address is of the default gateway, and we know what the IP address is, and we've determined that that default gateway is at least alive on the network. Is it routing? We don't know that. Is it even a router? We don't know that. We're assuming that it is because it has been configured with a default gateway. Obviously, the ping is only telling us that the IP address and adapter associated with that IP address are on the network and can communicate back and forth with us.
This is the newly redesigned Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's not just an AI computer, it's a computer built for AI. So you can do the stuff that slows you down way, way faster. Like that. And that. And yeah, that too. It's a U multiplier. So you can get more done quicker, which means you get to be done sooner.
Mix, match, more happy with game.
So the next question that we have is, now that we know that it's on the network and we have pinged it, how could we view the MAC address of the default gateway? Well, that's an easy one. This is a command that works in Windows, in Linux, in Mac OS, the same way we would run the ARP command, ARP. ARP is the address resolution protocol, and the ARP command is a utility in our operating system that gives us insight into what information is cached or temporarily locally stored in our ARP cache. So we can see on my machine, not a huge ARP cache. I just turned on this Windows computer. I did this single ping, and because I just pinged that device, the ARP that occurred prior to the ping is able to be stored locally in our ARP cache, at least for a number of minutes. The A shows us everything that is available in the cache. So we can see there are 2 entries in the cache. We have 192.168.1.99, and the physical address is the MAC address of that device, and we can see on our local network, that device is 9 Charlie 05 Delta 6 Charlie Bravo Bravo 4 Charlie 3. That is the MAC address of the default gateway. We're able to see that. We're able to, in fact, look at the unique identifier. The first 3 bytes of that address will probably point to, I think I'm running a Ubiquiti router. And that particular case. So that's what that's what that MAC address is telling us, at least to some degree, we find that that's there. Now let's do a similar thing, but let's now instead verify a different IP address. In this case, it's an IP address of 1.1.1.1. Those who are familiar with that particular IP address range know that that is identified with Cloudflare as the Cloudflare DNS, very popular DNS. So we already have gone through the process of verifying availability of the default gateway. So verifying the availability of 1.1.1.1 is exactly the same process. So a little bit of a repeat on that one. It's a ping command, and we're going to ping 1.1.1.1. Okay, that was an easy one. It's almost a repeat to be able to get that one done. The real question is, if we were to look at our ARC cache after this, there's no 1.1.1.1. I just did the ping. There's no way that it's already popped out of our ARC cache already. It got timed out of our ARC cache. The ARC cache usually sticks around for a minute or two, depending on the operating system and the configuration, sometimes longer. So that now that we've done that, now that we ping 1.1.1.1, it's nowhere to be found. It's not there. So now the question becomes that last connection, the last question that we have there, well, why can't we see it? Where did it go? Why are we not working with this? What is going on? So this is all about MAC addresses and IP addresses and why there is a difference. We sometimes get wrapped around the axle a little bit. We start talking about the way that certain protocols and certain network topologies operate. And we often talk about layer 2 as being switching and layer 3 as being routing. We often refer to our local subnet versus a subnet that's not local. And the reason we make those differences, those differentiations between those two, is because they work differently on the network. Everything communicating by MAC address is all communicating our local subnet. In fact, most of the communication that you're doing right now is one MAC address device talking to the MAC address of another device. Now, above that, there's IP addresses and other things, but at the most basic level of networking, or Ethernet networking, we communicate by sending information to a separate IP address, or separate MAC address. I do not want to misstate this, or else we're really going to be in a pickle. So when we're communicating on a network, by default, it's MAC address to MAC address, all the time. But obviously, we're using IP addresses as well. We have DHCP, and we ping some IP addresses, and we got a default gateway. Well, that allows us to communicate outside of our local network. And being able to communicate via IP version 4 and IP version 6, those are the two most popular layer 3 protocols that we tend to use, the two that you're probably using as well. Those two protocols can communicate outside of our local network, but we are only sending information to our default gateway. The default gateway takes care of it from there. We don't have any control over the path that it takes through the network, at least not in the vast majority of cases. There are ways that you can determine the actual route that your packet will take. You can set it yourself through something called source routing. That is a very, very unusual configuration and normally would only be done within someone's local network. It's almost impossible to source route across internet connections because those connections generally don't support that. The way that we do it now is what I call the convenience store method of routing. That's how routing generally works. It works the same way that convenience stores work. Here in the United States, if you're driving down the road, there's a 7-Eleven, there's a quick stop, there's a Swifty store. You stop, you get some gasoline, you get some chips, you get a soda, and you're on your way. Well, that's also the place where us guys, we usually stop and say, how do we get to this place? And usually someone will talk to you about how you get to that place. And they'll give you instructions. And you go to the next quick stop down the road, and you ask, all right, I got this far. Now how do I get to this address? Oh, now you have to go to the next place. So it sends you from one convenience store to another. It's the same way with routing. With routing, a router only knows where the next router is. It throws the router that direction. And that router then goes another lane. So the routers have to know where their local routes are, but there's no central single router that knows where all the routes are, because that would be completely overwhelming. And that's one of the reasons why we don't communicate solely by MAC address. Imagine having to keep a table of every MAC address of every device in the world on your computer. It would be functionally effective effectively impossible. We would not be able to do that on a single site, which is why we break the network up into seven subnets and we rely on the routers to get traffic between point A and point B, and amazingly enough, it all works. For that to work, of course, we are only communicating MAC address to MAC address on our local network, so if there's an IP address that's outside of our local subnet, we have no way to know what that MAC address might be. So the answer to the MAC address problem of 1.1.1, the reason we can't view the MAC address of 1.1.1.1 is because we are not on the local network of that device. If we were on that local subnet, let's say that we had an IP address of 1.1.1.2, we could then ping 1.1.1.1 and it would be in our ARP cache and we could see what its MAC address is. Another important part of that is we don't care what the MAC address is. It has nothing to do with our ability to communicate with that IP address. The routers are taking care of everything for us. We don't have to think about it. We don't have to configure anything for it. We don't have to troubleshoot it unless there's an actual routing problem between us and that device. So those are the steps that we needed to perform today. To do all of those different steps, we needed to identify the IP address of that device with an IP config command. That from there, we were able to get the default gateway and ping it, and then we were able to view that by looking at an ARP-A command and being able to work through that. So this is one of these examples where knowing what you do and how to do it could be very important for you to be able to get this particular kind of question right if it happens to appear on your exam. Now, obviously, the questions on your exam can take any number of different forms. You might not get one at a command prompt. You might have a drag and drop, or you might have something you have to do from Windows front end, or maybe it's a simple putting things in order kind of question. Those types of things happen as well. But that can give you an idea of the way that you need to think through some of these command line prompts. Make sure you're very familiar, because obviously in Network Plus there are a large number of command line utilities that we need to know. Make sure you become very, very familiar with those. They are all in the exam. Well, you did very well. I looked through some of the answers we got for the performance-based question. You guys did great with that one. Let's now shift gears back to a multiple choice question. Here's your multiple choice question that asks, the network connection uses an SC connector. Which of the following would be the most likely use of this connection? Would it be,
When Verizon gives you a free phone on any plan, you use AI a lot.
Gemini, show me the concealer.
The long, thin tube in the middle.
Hey, it's the new Google Pixel 10 Pro, plus Google AI Pro for 6 months. Boyfriend of the year.
People can go crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
it's a run from another building on campus, connects two devices in the same rack, it's a satellite network uplink, it's a router console interface, or it's an access point uplink. One of those will be the answer that we were looking for. A new network connection uses an SC connection. Which of the following would be the most likely use of that connection? Is it a run from another building on campus? Are we connecting two devices in the same rack? Is it a network uplink, a satellite network uplink? Is it a router console interface, or is it an access point uplink? Do you know the answer? Please go to the link on your screen. Go to ProfessorMesser.com/QA to answer this question. As always, of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. We will instead step through this one. A lot of answers coming in quickly on this one. This might be one that you're familiar with already. A new network connection, plugging in different items. Who knows what this could be? It's got to be one of these. Which one would be the most likely use? Lock in your answer by visiting ProfessorMesser.com/QA and locking in that particular question. Maybe you know what this one is. Let's see how you did with this one. A new network connection uses an SC connector. Which of the following would be the most likely use of this connection? Is it a run from another building on campus? Are we connecting two devices in the same rack? Is it a satellite network uplink? Is it a router console interface? Or is it an access point uplink? Let's close our poll and see what you think the answer is. And we can see that 53% of you think that this is a run from another building on campus. 20% of you say that you're connecting two devices in the same rack. 12% of you say it's a router console interface. We have 9% that say it's an access point uplink, and another single digit, 7%, say it's a satellite network uplink. Obviously, the part of this question that is so important is the type of connector. It is an SC connector, and those of you familiar with an SC connector know that it is indeed a run from another building on campus is what we were looking for. Well, why would that be an SC connector? Well, an SC connector is a subscriber connector. This is what a subscriber connector looks like. Those are two subscriber connectors, technically speaking. Some people refer to these as square connectors because they kind of have that square look on the outside of them when you're plugging them in. They're very squarish when you're connecting them. Sometimes people refer to them as standard connectors. They're very similar in the way that they work. The important part of this connector, however, it's a fiber connector. So can't even see it because there is a ferrule that's protecting the fiber. There's a little piece of fiber right in the middle of that connector, and it's going all the way through that, probably over a very long distance, because this is fiber optics. If we're talking about fiber optics, we're either working in an environment where there is a lot of radio frequency interference, and we want to be sure that our runs over the network are not affected. Usually if you're in an environment that has a lot of industrial equipment, for example, maybe you work in a manufacturing facility. I did a lot of work with some folks that were an automobile manufacturer, so there were a lot of fiber runs, especially near the actual assembly line where they were putting together all of this equipment and all of these cars. So they would run a lot of fiber. It wasn't the question that we had, or at least wasn't one of the options that we had in the answers here. The answers that we had here, we had 7% a satellite network uplink. Most satellite network connections that you get are going to usually over coax from the satellite link and from that box that's plugging in, which is sort of your satellite modem. That's usually just a copper Ethernet connection that you would plug in. Same thing applies to a router console interface. That's usually a DB9 copper connection, usually a serial connection. You would never see fiber used for a router console interface because it's just not very common. You want to have a very common connection as your router console interface. These days, it's usually a USB type connection because those are indeed so common. An access point uplink, almost very similar to the satellite network uplink, probably is a copper connection for that one as well. And if you're connecting two devices in the same rack, you probably don't need fiber for that. They're in the same rack. You can literally touch both of them. So why not just get a 6 or a 10-foot copper cable and connect them that way? The most likely reason for fiber optic connection would be to extend this over a very long distance. So this would be over, in the world of networking, in the world of Ethernet networking, the very long distance would be anything over 100 meters, because 100 meters is the maximum distance of being able to send Ethernet signals over most types of copper cables. So instead of going 100 meters to this building that's on campus, we might need to go a kilometer. We might need to go 500 meters. We might need to go much farther. So because of that, we would want to have a way to directly connect those buildings together, and it's usually using fiber optics. Very, very common way to do that. 53% of you agree, and that is the answer that we were looking for. Of these 5 different things, that is the one that is the most likely use of an SC connector, because an SC connector is a fiber optic connection. It is not used for copper cables. So that would certainly make sense. If you're going to another building, that other building is almost certainly more than 100 meters away. Very easy to do the math on that one. And that's what 53% of you chose, and 53% of you got that one absolutely correct. Let's do another one. I have another one that's another abbreviation for you. This abbreviation asks, which of the following would be most likely found in an MD?
Coach here to tell you about an all-star bundle. It's Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. And right now you can get all 3 with a special limited time offer. It's as easy as catching a football. It's as easy as catching a football. It's as easy as catching a football. Oh yeah! Yes.
I'm a baby. Typically you say ready before you throw it.
Disney Plus, Hulu, all ESPN. 3 all-stars, 1 incredible offer.
This is the one who can fix nearly anything and turns to Granger, who has almost everything. Few may see him, but he's the one that keeps it all on track. The industrial-grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
What is a work group switch, a wireless mouse and keyboard, a multifunction device, a database server, or a USB charging cable? Those are the 5 different items, but which one of them would be most likely found in an MDF? Would it be a workgroup switch, a wireless mouse and keyboard, a multifunction device, a database server, a USB charging cable? One of those has got to be the right answer. If you think you know the answer, go to ProfessorMuster.com/QA and lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. Instead, you want to put in your answer with the link that is on your screen right there, ProfessorMuster.com/QA. That QA stands for something. What's that QA stand for? It stands for whatever it stands for, that's where you need to go. ProfessorMuster.com/QA. I'll have to figure that one out after we're done here today. This is also another one of those where it's useful to know an acronym, an abbreviation that is listed in MDF, yet another 3-letter acronym that we would work through. But it isn't, even if you knew what the 3-letter acronym stood for, if you knew what M and D and F stand for, I don't know that you would be able to answer this question. And that is why I always tell you, don't just memorize the letters and the words. Memorize why we are using that. What does that do for us? What does that bring to the table? What technology does that introduce? Or how would we implement this in a normal production network? That's what we're looking for an MDF. Let's see if you knew what the answer is. Which of the following would be most likely found in an MDF? Is it a workgroup switch, a wireless mouse and keyboard, a multifunction device, a database server, or a USB charging cable? We would close our poll, and we're a little torn, I think. We did not get a majority on this. 143% of you, though, got the plurality of you chose the database server. 33% of you say it's a work group switch. 17% say it's a multifunction device. We've got 6% say it's a wireless mouse and keyboard, and 1%, just a tiny little sliver, say that it's a USB charging cable. This is one of those where you certainly could have multiples of these in MDF, but that wasn't the question. The question was, what would most likely be in an MDF? I think the place where we should start is a question that describes what an MDF actually is a main distribution frame. Yeah, it doesn't help me. That term is not very helpful at all. That's why I tell you sometimes just memorizing the letters and the words don't always give you the information that you need. A main distribution frame. I got nothing. I'm not even sure what it's talking about. What that really is a central main computing facility. It goes kind of back to the days of mainframes in the terminology that we're using here, but you can think of it as the core of the network, at least in that particular building. It is usually a data center room, a main computing room. Maybe it's the place where all of the different switches on all of the other floors all connect back into this one secure facility known as the main distribution frame. So if you're bringing in any type of WAN connections, internet connections, cable modems, DSL, they're probably terminating in this single room. And you might have multiples of those, and all of them are terminating in the MDF. This is also compared to the IDF, which is the intermediate distribution frame. That is the one that's up on the floors of the building, and all of those IDFs connect to the primary single MDF. And it's often where you will be when you are troubleshooting the network, because all of those network links tend to go to that one single room. I guess if there was a workgroup switch somewhere, you would be doing things. Normally you'd be in a room like this. There's your MDF. See, there's usually not quite, that one's very nice in its cabling. My MDFs would be a little bit more haphazard. They would be, this is not my MDF, but mine usually look something like that. There's a little bit more going on there. There's a lot more wires to be seen, but all still functional and all still in one room and all in something that we very often will refer to as the MDF. So if you're working somewhere and someone says, hey, can you go check in the MDF and see if we really connected that and have it ready to turn on later in the weekend, well, we can go into the MDF room to be able to see that happen. So that is what we were looking for. An MDF was what was there. It is, 43% of you, a database server, because that's where your centralized computing devices will be stored. That's where they'll be contained and managed, is in the MDF. All of the other options here are things that are not necessarily seen in an MDF. For example, a workgroup switch, not your MDF, the workgroup switch is on the floor where the workgroups are. Usually in the MDF, you take the core switch. So that's one of the reasons why that would not be the right answer. 17% of you said a multifunction device. These would obviously be devices that can print, they can scan, they can even fax. Yes, you can send facsimiles to people using a multifunction device. They can do a lot. These multifunction devices are useful, but they're usually where the users are. We do not usually have a multifunction device in the MDF. We have no reason to scan something in the middle of the computing center. So that would not work either. We have 6% of you said a wireless mouse and keyboard, and although a wireless mouse and keyboard they're probably in here somewhere. There's probably a mouse and keyboard, and it might even be a wireless mouse and keyboard. Probably not a good idea to have a wireless mouse and keyboard in the MDF. It's one of those times where you rarely use a mouse and keyboard in that room. In fact, if you're doing it right, you're probably rarely in that room at all. There's a reason why you might want to have a dark room where we call that a dark room where nobody goes in there. You only go in there in very, very particular cases. And so this would not be something where people are going in and out all day. In fact, no one ever goes into that room without a very good reason. For that reason, probably a wireless mouse and keyboard is not the most common thing you would find in an MDF. And then lastly, 1% of you said a USB charging cable. I guarantee you there's a USB charging cable in the MDF. There always is, because we're in there trying to fix a problem, and while we're in there, hey, can we charge up for a little bit? But that really is not what would most likely be in an MDF, as we've already said. The database server is the thing that is most likely and almost always in that MDF, and that is the answer that we were looking for. 43% of you got that one absolutely correct. Well done. Well, as you can tell, there is a lot of information you need to know on this Network Plus exam. And before we go back to our next question, let me remind you that we have 87 Network Plus videos. Our entire library of Network Plus training videos is available for you to watch at any time on our YouTube channel. But sometimes you may not have.
This is the new Dell AI PC, built for AI. It's like a trusted personal assistant. Learning your habits, keeping you on track. But it can't make your coffee yet.
Get fresh groceries delivered to your door with Kroger Delivery proudly serving King Soopers.
A time to go through 87 separate videos, 12 hours of content to be able to work through this. So you might want to use our course notes. Our course notes are a consolidated set of all of the information that is contained in these videos. So here's a copy of the PDF version, the digital edition of these course notes, and you can see that they are separated out by individual videos in the same order as the exam objectives. They cover all of the text that's in the video. You've got all of the important graphics, all the important tables, everything that you need to grab that is important in that video, I put into this single document. It is my set of course notes that's available in a digital PDF form. I also have a physical form, a physical edition. Obviously, the physical edition is identical to the digital edition. You can see the screens and the information that we were just looking at on my screen. It's identical to what you see in this printed form. It's just in a printed book, printed in what they call perfect binding. That is this kind that we use for paperback books. And it's in full color. So you get a very nice high quality study guide, all available in something I can print and ship to you, or you can buy it in a digital form and download the PDF right this very second. You can find out more about that at professormesser.com/NPCN. And I'll also let you know if you choose to get the physical edition, because some people like having a physical book, you have access to the digital edition immediately while you're waiting on this to be shipped to you. So you're a winner either way. Go to professormesser.com/NPCN. It's also a great way to support some of the things that we are doing here and keeping this entire crazy experiment running. Thank you so much for your continued support with that. Let's do another question, shall we? We have more here. Next question on our list is this one that asks, I really got crazy with the abbreviations. So this question asks, a technician is walking a MIB to obtain the OIDs. That's how you say it. Which of the following would best describe this process? Is this centralized access point management, ongoing network monitoring, management of smartphones and tablets, print server administration, or authentication services? Got a few there. Being able to work through it. A technician is walking a MIB to obtain the OIDs. This is a real thing. I'm not kidding. Which of the following would best describe this process? Is this centralized access point management, ongoing network monitoring, management of smartphones and tablets, print server administration, or authentication services? It's got to be one of those, right? This is a pretty good one. Not only because it sounds funny, and that's a big highlight for me, but it's something that we use all the time on our network. So we do have to know this one. Make sure you are familiar with these topics. If you think you know the answer, you can go to professormesser.com/QA to lock in your answer. See if you happen to know what this one is. This might be a good one. As always, of course, please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. I'm really not making this up. These are terms we use all the time in networking. We just can't get enough of acronyms. We love the acronyms. In networking, we do a lot of acronyms. I thought we did a lot in security. We probably do a little bit more acronym-ish type things. Acronymistic. Acronymish. We do a lot of acronyms. And we seem to create new ones all the time. This is one of those cases where we really do need to know what these are. I really went to extremes on this one a little bit, but they're all interconnected. Once you know them, and that's the whole point. In fact, you get something wrong, this is great. This is where you should be getting questions wrong. If you get a question wrong, that is a win, because now you know what the answer is, and now you've learned something. So that's my goal here today, is to give you questions that might make you think a little bit about some of these topics. Let's see how you did with this one. The question asks, a technician is walking a MIB to obtain the OIDs. Which of the following would best describe this process? Is it centralized access point management, ongoing network monitoring, management of smartphones and tablets, print server administration, or authentication services? What did you answer on this one? I have not peeked. I don't know what you answered. Let's see what you put down. 50% exactly say the answer is ongoing network monitoring, but 22% of you say the answer is centralized access point management. 16% say it's management of smartphones and tablets. 12% say authentication services, and a mere 1%, we still have that sliver right there at the edge, saying that it is a print server administration process. So the real key here, obviously, is knowing what a MIB is and what an OID is, and being able to figure out what these are. These are all associated with the simple network management protocol. An OID is an object identifier. It does nothing to do with pizza. An OID has to do with these sets of names. In reality, it's a series of numbers that are associated with a particular variable contained within an SNMP MIB, which is a management information base, which is also an odd term to use. It's just it's a database of statistics. A MIB is a database of stats. That's all it is. Anytime you see a switch, you see a router, you see a firewall, you see a Windows server, you see almost every device connected to the network, at least in the main part of the infrastructure. All of those devices are there. If it's a router, it's routing. If it's a switch, it's switching. If it's a firewall, it's firewalling. It's doing its primary task. It's proxying. But also, while it's doing all of those things, it is going through the process of calculating and accumulating statistics about the information that it is seeing. And because it's gathering those statistics, we can use that information, especially from a network management perspective. So whenever we are using a network management front end, some type of management console.
When Verizon gives you a free phone on any plan, you use AI a lot.
Gemini, show me the concealer.
The long, thin tube in the middle.
But hey, it's the new Google Pixel 10 Pro. Plus Google AI Pro for 6 months.
Boyfriend of the year.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series. Struck out with the cheap seats. Important things aren't worth compromising. As farmers, we offer both quality insurance and great savings. Here, take mine. We are farmers.
We would query these devices using the SNMP protocol, and we would specify a very particular OID, object ID, that is located in the management information base for that device. And the management information bases can be very different between these devices. For example, the statistics gathered by a firewall might be very different than the statistics that are gathered by a router, and therefore they have their own MIBs. They have their own database of information that you can gather from. And just as an aside, there is also a standard set of MIBs that almost every device can use called MIB2. If you ever see MIB-II. So it's that MIB with that particular Roman notation associated with it. So the Roman numerals, the variables that are there, the MIB2 is something that we would be able to see. This is the front end of a MIB walker. This is one that I had on my system. I wonder if I still have this here. I could show it to you live. I do have a number of MIB, quote unquote, MIB walkers on my computer. I didn't plan for this, but since we're here, since we're having fun, since I'm trying to do this in real time, I've got a MIB browser. We're going to see if it pops up on my screen. I don't know. What IP address did I use? 10.1.10.251. I don't know if that's really still a valid one. Let's try our router, though, which we know is 192.168.1.99. I'm going to bring this up on my screen. This is a product, this is a technology, a piece of software that is simply called MIB Browser. So I'm a Mac OS, but there's plenty of MIB browsers available for other systems. This is just an older one I just happen to have here. Not even sure it works. But we're going to just put in an IP address of a device that's on our network. I'm going to tell it to fetch that information. It doesn't look like that router is set up for that one. I wonder if I have another one. How about 10.1.10.1, which I think is the same one. We're going to have to find an IP address on my network that is actually here and available. So in our after show, let's see if we can find an IP address, and we're going to walk a MIB on a device so that you can get a feel for what that is. I think that might be fun to go through. If I was thinking ahead, we would have done that already. So this is why the answer is indeed ongoing network monitoring. That's what Simple Network Management Protocol provides to us. It allows us to constantly monitor and watch the statistics that are being accumulated on those separate remote network devices. And that's how we're able to monitor the availability and health of a switch, of a router, of a server, of a firewall, of a proxy, or anything else that might be on your network. It is through SNMP by accessing the OID that is specific to a MIB. There you go. So it sounds funny. It's a weird set of terms that we would use for this, but it's a set of terms we use all the time. Very often when you're bringing in a new piece of equipment, the person managing your SNMP device will say, do you have the MIB for that new device? I need the MIB because it's a device we've never used before, so it has its own special set of variables that it's collecting, and that definition of those variables is contained within the MIB, and then I'll add the MIB to our monitoring station, and now we'll be able to manage that device using that product's specific proprietary OIDs. See how all that works together? And so in this case, the answer is indeed being able to have 50% of the ongoing network monitoring. That's exactly what you would work through, the answer that we were looking for. 22% centralized access point management. There are ways to manage your access points centrally using a set of management front ends for wireless networks. In fact, access point management usually has its own management front end. It does not use SNMP to manage those devices. It usually is some type of proprietary method. And of course you have here the MIB and OIDs, that means SNMP. So it would not be an access point management function. 16% of you say management of smartphones and tablets. You're probably using a mobile device manager for that. Again, we're not using SNMP to be able to manage smartphones and tablets. Those are much more complex devices that require a much more complex management solution. And then we have 12% that said authentication services. That would usually be done through Radius, through Kerberos, through LDAP, through TACAX, or some other type of management front end. It would not be using MIBs or OIDs. Those have nothing to do with authentication services. And lastly, 1%, if you say print server administration, print servers usually have their own process for managing those devices, usually through the operating system that is being used. And in this particular case, since we're talking about MIBs and we're talking about OIDs, we know it's S&P and therefore would not be print server administration. The answer here, the one that is the best description of what we were looking for, was the 50% of you that did indeed say ongoing network monitoring. That was the answer that indeed we were looking for.
Starting with a blank page can be overwhelming. Grammarly gives you a head start. Simply type a prompt to instantly generate an outline or brainstorm ideas. Download it for free at Grammarly.com.
Nature's Bounty supplements your diet with superfoods in just 1 capsule per day.
If you are watching this video for continuing education unit credit, I would love to send you an email that qualifies, says that you are here and you qualify for a 1 hour of a webinar category CEU. The way that you would earn that email is you follow these instructions. Make sure you follow these instructions. They are part of the process of earning the CEU. Go to the top or the bottom of the Professor Messer website, click the Contact Us link. In the form that comes up, please put in your name, your email address. In the subject line, please put August 2025 Network Plus. And in the body of the message on the line by itself, put the super secret code words of the month, MIB, OID, S&P. All 3 of those words, all 3 of those acronyms. MIB, OID, S&P are the super secret code words of the month. You can just send that to me directly if you want to put any other information in there. Tell me a little bit about what you're working on and what you're going through as you're working to get that Network Plus certification. I love reading the stories that you send. I go through every single one of these and I read all of them. So I'm not able to necessarily respond back directly because we get hundreds of these requests, but it does let me know that we are doing this for a good reason. It's something that kind of keeps me motivated. So I appreciate you guys sitting that. You don't have to. Just go to the top or the bottom of my website, click the Contact Us link, put in your name, your email address, put in the subject line, August 2025 Network Plus, and in the body of the message on a line by itself, put the words MIB, OID, S&P, and just hit the send button. You don't have to make it difficult, and I will receive it, and I'll usually get these back to you. Usually takes about a week or so, sometimes a little bit faster, sometimes a little bit slower, but I get there eventually. Do not worry, I will eventually get that email off to you so that you can find what that is. I know it's the top of the hour, but let's do another question, shall we? I feel like we should do another one. I feel like I've been talking a lot on this one, and we can squeeze another question. Yes, I have been talking a lot. The question that I have for you is this one that asks, all new employees are granted access to the company intranet when they are added to the employee AD group. Which of the following would describe this security control? Would this be least privilege, data at rest, role-based access control, self-signed certificate, or digital signature? Got a few to choose from. If you think you know the answer, go to the link on your screen, professormesser.com/QA, to lock in your answer. Please no answers in the chat room. Please no hints in the chat room. The question again asks, all new employees are granted access to the company intranet when they are added to the employee AD group. Which of the following would describe this security control? Is this least privilege, data at rest, role-based access control, self-signed certificate, or digital signature? Lock in your answer now by visiting the website, professormesser.com/QA. Lock it in at the link you see on your screen, professormesser.com/QA. And as I mentioned before, if you're watching this from the replay, obviously that link is not available, which means you need to be here for our live events. You can always find out when the next live event is going to be by visiting our calendar at professormesser.com/calendar, or if you're in our Discord, it is in the events channel of our Discord, and you'll know exactly when the next live event might be. Let's see how you did on this one. A number of you have locked in your answers already, so I think we could venture a look to see how you made out. The question again asks, All new employees are granted access to the company intranet when they're added to the employee AD group. Which of the following would describe this security control? Is this least privilege, data at rest, role-based access control, self-signed certificate, or digital signature? Let's close the poll and see how you did with this one. Big number, 83% of you say the answer is role-based access control. And then we have 13% that say least privilege, and it's down to almost nothing. 2% say it's self-signed cert. 2% of you say it's a digital signature. 1% say it's data at rest. So I would say a three-way tie for third place there. The one that by far led the group was the role-based access control, and indeed, it's hard to argue with 83%. That's a pretty big number to be able to work through. A role-based access control is not where you are taking an individual user and very generically, or in this case, very specifically, giving that single user individual rights and permissions. You could probably do that if you had 2 or 3 people at your company. But what if you had 50 people? What if there are 100 people that you need to manage? What if there are thousands of people in your organization? You don't have time to go to everybody's individual login and set individual rights and permissions for every single person. That would not be very practical. It doesn't scale, and in fact, it's very...
This is the newly redesigned Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's not just an AI computer, it's a computer built for AI. So you can do the stuff that slows you down way, way faster. Like that. And that. And yeah, that too. It's a U multiplier. So you can get more done quicker, which means you get to be done sooner.
The all-new Unstoppables Fresh gives your clothes 24-hour non-stop freshness. Smell unstoppable.
Very insecure to do it that way because there's too many chances that you could give too much control to someone. Instead, you want to set up the controls to be based on what people do. So it would be the role that they play within the organization. So for example, you have managers, you have directors, you have vice presidents, you have project managers, you have technicians. There are people doing different things in different departments. Well, you can create, in the world of Active Directory and in most operating systems, you can create a group. This group would be called managers. It would be the director group. It would be the project manager group. And you would assign permissions to the group. So if you're a project manager, these are the rights and permissions that you normally would have. If you're a manager, a different set of rights and permissions, but they are very common for managers. And for people that are team leads, maybe it's a different set of permissions and rights that you would get. Once you have created the group and you've assigned permissions to the group, you simply add users to the group as they are needed. So as you hire a project manager, you just add them to the project manager group. Boom, they suddenly have all the rights and permissions they need to be able to do all the project management things associated with that particular group. So in reality, you're probably assigning people to multiple groups. They probably are added to the employee group, they're added to the project manager group. Maybe you have different groups depending on what time of the day they work. So if you're part of the day shift, you're on the day shift group. If you're on the midnight shift, you're on the midnight shift group. If you have access to the VPN, maybe we add you to the VPN group. So you can see how easy it is to simply add people to a group to give them the rights and permissions that they need. We refer to that process as a role-based access control. And in Active Directory, you'll find that you're creating and modifying and changing groups all the time. Very, very common to be able to work through that. And that's why 83% of you said, yep, it is a role-based access control. That is indeed what we were talking about when we were trying to set up a group within Active Directory. And if you're anybody who's working through the process of using Active Directory, you'll be doing this quite a bit. 13% of you said the answer was least privilege. Although the employee AV group did give people access to the intranet, that's all it really says. It doesn't say that it gives them a minimum amount of access. It doesn't even say that this is even required for their job. It's just that if you're an employee, you have access to the intranet. That's not really a least privilege quite yet, at least not in that scenario. Least privilege is a form of access where we're giving people only what they need to be able to perform their job and nothing more. If you've ever worked somewhere where everybody had administrator access, not only is from the security perspective, that's painful to even think about. But if you've ever been in that scenario, you know that everybody now has access to all of the data that everybody has on the network. Not a great idea. First, it's not a great idea to give everyone access to everything. That probably is not a good idea from keeping information private. But it's also a bad idea if some type of malware or an attacker arrives on the network and simply gains access to one single account. Now they have access to everything. So that's a very good example of why a least privilege is a very important thing. If an attacker somehow gains access to an account, but that account doesn't have very much access to anything else, we are at least limiting the scope of that particular attack. So that is why we tend to focus on least privileges being a very important consideration, especially when we get into the world of assigning rights and permissions and security on our network. Then we got into single digits here. 2% of you said digital signature. A digital signature is something you would add to a document, an object, a device, or something else that you would usually it's associated with emails. We're sending and digitally signing this email. That way, when you receive it, you know it really came from me, and that nobody changed that message somewhere along the way. That's one of the very many different benefits that you can have by using digital signatures. A self-signed certificate is a certificate that you would create yourself and sign with your own certificate authority. Usually you would have this within your own network infrastructure, and that self-signed certificate is used to identify, validate, or in some other way, I know what that particular device does. You can confirm that that device is part of the device that you have on your network because you've created a certificate and you've signed it and you've added it to that device. You can trust that device. 1% is a data at rest. That describes a state of data. That particular state is when we are saving data to a storage drive, to a hard drive, to an SSD, to a backup tape. That is data at rest. We're not currently using that data. It's not in the memory of our system. It's not being transmitted across the network. It is simply sitting on that storage device. We refer to that as data at rest, which of course has nothing to do with assigning access to a particular Active Directory group. In this case, the answer that we were looking for is indeed the one that 83% of you chose, a role-based access control. That is the answer that we were hoping for, and if you answered that,
now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
When you're watching the other football but don't want to ask your friends, what's offsides? And how can I sound like I know a lot about the game? You can just ask Google all of that at once. Oh, so that's it.
You got it absolutely right. All of the questions that we talked about, all of the individual answers that you saw, all of the acronyms that we went through are all part of the official CompTIA INTEN 009 exam objectives. This is a free document that you can get directly from the CompTIA website. You simply go to the Network Plus section on the website. There will be a link there for resources, and from there you can download the latest set of exam objectives. These objectives are valuable. They list out for you everything you need to know to be able to pass this exam. I mean everything. This is a copy of the exam objectives, and you can see that it gives you a bulleted breakdown of everything in every domain and every subdomain that make up every topic you need to know for the exam. So there are another 2 pages, there's another 2 pages, there's another 2 pages. We just keep going. And then finally we're in section 5 already, all the commands, and there's even an acronym list right at the end. So if you're looking for a comprehensive overview, actually a detailed, comprehensive details of everything you know, and a bullet by bullet by bullet breakdown for this exam, this is the document for you, to the point that if you know everything in this document, you are easily going to pass your Network Plus exam. That's how close CompTIA sticks to this document nearly 100% of the time on these exams. So a very important document for you to use prior to starting your studies. Probably just as important a document to use prior to scheduling your exam, as this will tell you, did you study everything? Do you know everything you need to know? Which is one of the most popular questions we get on our website. How do I know when I'm ready to take my exam? Have you gone through the exam objectives? Have you checked off every single one of these bullets? Do you know everything listed in here? If you do, you're ready for your exam. We do one of these study groups every month. We'd love for you to come back and join us next month. Currently, this is the schedule for September. For those of you that were in our Network Plus study group for last month, I had this as the normal day for our study group this month. In fact, we're doing it live right now, so we must be doing it, except I pushed it to later in the month, and then I moved it back. So these times and dates can sometimes change. And so I always tell you, if you want to know when the latest set of dates are, go to the link on your screen, professormesser.com/calendar. If you do that now, you'll see that our next Network Plus study group is in September, on September the 17th. But it might not be. It might change. My schedule is very fluid. It's very chaotic right now, so I may tend to change these things around. Currently, we have our Network Plus study group for August scheduled for next week at this very same time and date, Wednesday at noon. So far that's still on the calendar, but September looks like it might change. But right now, this is what September looks like. If I do change it, I change it immediately on the link you see right here. So professormesser.com/calendar always has the latest link. I also duplicate that link on my events channel on our Discord. So either one of those will always have the latest set of calendar and event notifications. Make sure you keep that in mind so you know exactly what's going on. Well, we're done with the part where I ask you the questions, but we're not done yet. Now we have our after show where you ask me the questions. So I look forward to seeing those in just a moment. Stay right where you are. We will pick up with that in just a moment, and I will start going through the questions that you have submitted to me. In the meantime, if you want to find out about our course notes, our downloadable courses, or anything else related to Network Plus, you can find it at professormesser.com/netsuccess. Don't forget about our discounted vouchers if you are in the U.S., Canada, or a U.S. territory. I see a Mariana Islands. I see a Guam. You'll find that. If you're on Puerto Rico, you'll find it at professormesser.com/vouchers. So you're also meandering around the internet and you'd like to join a lot of other people who are also studying for their Network Plus exam, you can find it over on our Discord. Simply join us at professormesser.com/discord, along with the other social media links that you can find in the upper right of our website at professormesser.com. Well, that brings us to the end of our first hour, but we have plenty more to go through. I have all your questions coming up. Anything you'd like to ask, now's your time to do it. We'll go through those in just a moment in our after show. Thank you so much for joining us in this first hour. We will see you next time on the Network Plus study group. Okay. You know, there are those people out there who will refer to an object identifier as an OID, and I really think they're missing out. It's much more fun to call it an OID.
Staying connected matters.
Hey, Mama. You remember when you taught me how to fish? Feeling a little nostalgic right now, that's all.
That's why in the rear of it, you'll automatically get billed credit for a full year service. That's all part of the AT&T guarantee.
Get fresh groceries delivered to your door with Kroger Delivery proudly serving King Super.
And we really do call it an OID. This kind of goes back to my days working as a systems engineer at Network General, a company that was acquired by NetScout, but we did tons of network management, tons of packet captures, protocol analysis, reporting, just a lot of work on the management side of networking, and lots of fun. Just fantastic to be able to do that, but it is one where we just have funny terms that we use, and we use OID all the time. It's a very common way to describe an object identifier. So it is a real term. We do really call it that. It really is pronounced that way. But if you don't like calling it an OID, call it an OID. Perfectly acceptable to call it that as well. There's no right or wrong way to describe these terms that we use. A lot of people will send me messages. I use Whenever I refer to Linux and the services that run in Linux, I refer to those as daemons because that's what they are. Some people refer to them as daemons because they are pronouncing it the way that it is spelled with that old English form of spelling daemon. As it turns out, both are fine. You don't really have to send me an email saying I'm saying it right or saying it wrong. In this business, in this industry that we work in, we aren't really at that level where we have to be quite so pedantic. You're completely fine calling it.
Look at this. 2 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. Where your kids at? Y'all out in the streets playing? Time to come in. Recess is over. Good to see y'all.
Which aren't really real words anyway. We're all making
Elaine just woke up. I know it. I know it.
Called void. So it's funny to argue.
Just took a nap.
Doesn't make any sense.
Get it where you can fit it in.
Yeah.
Do you know in Japan they take power naps
In the meantime, though,
during the day? Like they set aside time for them to do. I think it's like 2 a day.
we are going to do.
They have it on in China. Yep, Japan and China. They build it into your work schedule for you to go to a sleep pod
Is to go to the link that
to grab a 30-minute power nap because people are more productive, which is dope.
Be able to ask these questions. You can submit them.
Elias says, got to clock
I
out.
would be glad
Let me see.
to discuss them at any time. Here we go. You can submit them. They're going to come back here and go through
Oh,
a list
okay.
of all
Let me
of
fix
these
it for you. Hold on one
that
second.
get put into my database.
Oh, did you
inside,
clock
and
out
I will
already?
sift through them and put them on the screen in front of you.
I fixed
Just
it.
Step through over and over and over. We've got Ravala in the chat room. I was told off for saying data.
All right, yeah,
instead
you're
of
good.
Data.
Aha! Quick catch. Way to go.
It's the same thing.
All right, now,
The same thing. So is it?
y'all can blame Michael for this one because he's like, I want to see cider.
Just keep going through the list,
I
right?
want to see
So
cider
that's
early
why it
on.
doesn't matter.
Well, actually, it's a good thing.
Someone who is really
If we get introduced to it right now,
what things are
just makes it easier. So I'm glad he said something so we can just get it out of the way.
Redirect a little bit.
All right? How y'all feel about it?
Super important. Let's go through the questions.
Mr. T, okay, Michael says this. Mr. T said there's a lot of math involved. Charles, have you looked at, or Jesus, have you looked at cider yet?
We've got, for example, earlier.
And what that means for Net Plus.
We talked about an S.
Somebody look it up for me and please tell me the definition.
Sorry, went off mic there a little bit. Let's go back to that SC connection.
CIDR in networking.
Talked about SC way back when. There it is.
You are correct on that.
Connector. Ready?
That was fine.
Connector.
Classless
They're not that big in real life.
interdomain
The size of my head.
divisional
They're standard
routing.
fiber optic
Now let's take a look at this for a second. Now we just having a conversation. This ain't even a formal lesson, but we're doing a lesson on cider to get introduced to it.
For really any type of network connection, you can use them.
What does the interdomain part mean?
Many different devices together.
Guess all day. I don't care. It could be wrong. What does the interdomain part mean? Division routing.
This is can't see my hands there.
Think about all the appliances we use. Okay, Elaine says multiple networks.
Equipment that's in here.
Okay, now Elaine, I'm gonna pose another question to you.
Mostly because it's just something.
Is that external networks or internal networks?
So that would be
And he is correct. When you talk about cider,
it helps me
class
demonstrate some
less.
capabilities. Maybe you've got an SFP.
Let me write it down. I had to get a Red Bull for this one.
Plug in on the fiber connections. It happens to be a copper SFP, but I've got fiber ones as well.
That's a stiff drink right there. Look at it this way.
We have here the copper connections that we have.
And when I do this,
just fine here. But the question
guys
that
are
came
gonna
in
be
is,
like,
what
oh,
about
I get it.
connecting the network devices in the same rack, and we use fiber to get very high speeds out of this? Well, you could do that. Absolutely. We have type of fiber connections all the time. In fact, I mentioned when we went through that question.
Class full addressing when you're using that chart back in here. Means you are following routing rules. It's predetermined. I don't need you to do nothing. Just use the IP addresses I set aside, you'll be fine. Use the subnet, you'll be fine. There's nothing for you to change. Just follow, and I'll put it back up for you guys to see it. Just follow the rules. Makes sense, right? You got class A, B, C, and D, and E. And if we're looking at it together, I don't need to share my screen. But if we're looking at it together, and you look at it, we're primarily going to use A, B, and C. You have your public. It used to be. This is what addresses used to be.
So fiber is very commonly used for very highly secure environments.
Before they divided them.
Environments, so that you can ensure that no one can easily tap
Through
your connections and listen in to be able to do that. So that's one of those examples. So sure, you could connect devices in a single rack. So they
threw all the addresses together. The 1.0.0.0 is the beginning address and the public address, and the very last one that you can use is a class E, 254.255.255. I'm sorry, I forgot the 255. I apologize. For the fourth octet, okay? And those there are the ranges in each octet from for the first octet, 1 to 254. Second octet, 0 through 255. Third octet, 0 through 255. They did this because it was kind of like a naming convention when you are making networks. You know where you are at, okay? But since we were running out of addresses, the brilliant people behind the minds of the internet says, hey, we're running out of addresses, so why don't we carve out classes? Let's not lump them all together, because they were all public addresses at one point. And they said in each area, we'll carve out some binary addresses for internal networks to use, so we will not run out. Does that make sense? So they had to go back and say, yo, we fudged this up. We need to correct this in some kind of way. So we'll just make a set of private addresses and we'll class them out. Make sense? So that's how they were doing that. Okay? So with that, class full routing rules. All right. Class A, no matter what, sits on the subnet mask, which is the street. The IP address will be the house you live in, the house number. The subnet mask is the street your house sits on. So if you are in that public and or private address scheme, no matter what, you can open up your NIC card, go to adapter, change the IP address to anything you want. Okay? The key thing is you don't want to use a public address on an internal computer. Please, somebody tell me.
Well, this is good. Already this is pretty good because we're in August. So if you need to be certified by the end of the calendar year, for me, I think we're in good shape. Chuck, however, says, I'm feeling a bit down and defeated.
Yep. Somebody can see your computer, your IP address. So you're actually leaving your computer and or item open for the public to walk through your firewall to get through to the private side of your network because you gave your device a public IP address. You don't want to do that. The example is we went to look at publicipcameras.com. Y'all remember that? Those were cameras all around the world that had public addresses. They were open to the public. And that's what you get. All right, so that's the groundwork we want to lay before we even have this conversation. So now that we have class full, let's get into class less interdomain. Now we want to break the rules. Okay, let's not take right, here we go. Does this chart look familiar to any one of you? Mr. T says yes. Jesus says yes. I'm scanning the room. Leah, Charles, boom, Elaine. He winked, he went, I got it. All right. Martin's good. All right. So we use this chart, remember, in every octet when we were trying to turn a decimal into binary for IPv4 addresses. Okay? IPv4 has four octets with 8 bits in each one. That sound familiar? All right, cool. Why does that look like 40 cents? Like it's a rap group. Let me move this over. That looks a lot better. There you go. That looks a little bit more better to digest. Yep, almost 59 cents. You guys are crazy. Okay, now knowing that, and that does this chart repeat itself in every octet when you need to turn decimal into binary? Yes. Charles says yes. Yeah, I would agree with you. Yes. So it's the same chart over and over and over and over.
Yes.
All right, you're with me on that one. You're correct, Elaine. It is the baseline. You okay? Y'all are with me so far. This is where people get confused at. This is where we start smacking people in the face. Imagine that I have all 4 octets written out, but the one that we're starting with to do any kind of computation to create a new land is the 4th octet. Just imagine, play along with me, that the digits I've just listed only belong to the 4th octet right now, right? And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are those my 8 bits that I should have in an octet? Divisible by 2, going from left to right. All right, we're there, right? All right, cool. The next thing I need you to do, and you can write this down as we're going along, because if you write it down as we're going along, or Michael will make sure you get a screenshot of this because you're busy. This is what you're going to see. I gotta get up and walk around. No problem. This is what you're gonna see. And I did this for a reason. Write this out if you can. Keep this chart. It will help you all through Net Plus. Now, we already said that an IPv4 address is 32 bits long, correct? That means including the first octet, second octet, third octet, and fourth octet, all it is from left to right, starting with bit number 1 to 32. Who's with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I put all the octets starting position bit 1 in the first octet going all the way to 32, you'll see that somewhere right here, right there, we are in the 4th octet. This is what this means. So when you start seeing crazy trash, like hold on. /25, /26, /27, /28, /29, /30, /31, and lastly, /32. Get your butt back over there. What you do? Get in the hole. Get in your home. Okay, there you go. Now, when you look at it, now doesn't that make sense? Right? So we're looking at octet number 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Octet number 2. 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Doink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're on par. There's your first octet of 8 bits, second octet of 8 bits, third octet of 8 bits. And now we're starting in octet number 4 to start breaking the rules. And now we want to now create our own IP addresses. Who's with me? All right, good. I told you I'm gonna make it easily digestible, Charles. Don't give it. He's giving me the space. He's giving me the Bugsy Siegel face. Like, fill up the car, bring it around front, get my chopper. Yeah. Where you lost that? What's not making sense for you, Charles? Brian, you good? Okay, he's typing. It's just weird. I'm lost. Okay. Look at it like this. We got a whole hour to talk about this. Write it down, though. Okay. When I explain it to you like this, paint a mental picture.
Imagine being
IPv4 address. How many bits is in an IPv4 address, Sir Charles? Okay, 8 would be in each octet, right? So it'd be a 32-bit octet right here. 32 bits, left to right. Each octet has 8 bits. 4 times 8 is 32. That's where you would get that, okay? You good, Jesus?
Yeah, I just asked ChatGPT to break it down for me like I was a dummy, and
hey, it works sometimes.
Hey, sure enough, yeah.
Yeah. So when you see it on the whiteboard, there's your 32 bits from 1 to 32 going from left to right. All right? You separate each bit by a decimal, a dotted decimal. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's your 4 octets, okay? We're imagining that the only octet we're gonna be working out of right now is octet number 4. Because that's where the magic starts to create addresses, okay? And I'm gonna show you why, okay? Right here, now this is when we go back to our chart. 25, 26, these are the bit positions. See down here, 25, 26, 27, who's following? 28, yeah. They're all in a row. So that means we're in the 4th octet right now, okay? Now, to break the rules to create an address, okay, I need you to look at something. Someone look at your IP chart at the private addresses, okay? If I'm in the 4th octet trying to create an address, I should see a 0 there. So what class address is that? Ah, the chart correlates. The first 3 addresses, all the bits will be turned on to create 255, 255, 255s as a subnet. That means in the fourth octet, it'll say 0 in the subnet. Aren't I in the fourth octet? So this is is this a class A, B, or C address right now that I'm about to use?
I'm seeing A.
Correct. It's a class C.
Class C, okay.
Yes, because it correlates. So this is what's going to happen. I am imagining that we have this address, 192.168.0.1, with a subnet mask of 255.255.255. But we got to do something with that 0 now. We're going to create some addresses. And I'm going to show you how this little booger is going to change. That one right here, that's 0. This is where the magic happens. Now, typically what you'll see is if I see Leah or somebody walking around the hallway and I'm the network chief administrator and I say, hey, Leah, we got to open up another room in the building. She's like, why? We're doing fine. No, we got to open up another classroom. We need like 32. We need 32 We need 32 drops and 32 addresses in this new classroom. She's like, what? You're like, yeah, we need to make it happen. Now, usually what'll happen is that your IT person I'm letting Aaliyah know, hey, I need 32 private addresses. Please let me know what those addresses are, your IP scheme for 32 addresses, and I'll put it in the GACP for reservation. She's going to say, cool. This is how you find out. Next thing I need to tell Aaliyah, she should be asking me this. What's the starting IP address? What's the starting IP address? Because I'm asking her to create some addresses. So I'm going to say starting IP address is 192.168.0.1. She's like, bet. All right. So she's going to go to this chart right here. She's going to start here in the bit positions. She's in the fourth octet. And here's where the magic happens. There's something that you need to write down when you get into the testing room. Okay? It's this chart right here. Next, what you need to write down is this. This will come into play in a minute, but I don't want you to worry about it right now. The next layer that you will write above this is 2. You're going to multiply by 2, going from left to right. 4. 8. You know you're doing it right because you'll see 2 16s in a row. 32. 64. 128. And finally, 256. You're like, James, why are we asking? This is going to tell her how many subnets she can create. All right? Down here, this is the bit position. I really need to make this smaller. Doink. All right. That is the bit position. Let me just take that out. All right. This, I'm confused about the purpose of CIDR. Why do we need it? Because we were running out of IPv4 addresses. They had to create recycled addresses that you could use on the private side of your network. These are addresses that we all use right now simultaneously, everyone in this room. You're using these addresses in your router right now. right? So they're repurposed addresses that can be used over and over and over and over again because they're not routable on the internet. They sit behind the private side of your firewall. Okay. There's one more layer I need you to write. Okay, here we go. Start with 128 again. This is the chart. Can somebody tell me what 128 plus 64, what is that?
192.
192. You got to put 192 right over here. In this layer, this is your actual subnet mask. For this layer, you have to start with 128 again, but now what you're adding is the decimal. See, this is a universal all-in-one, kind of like a numbering cage for binary. For the next layer, you do 198 plus 64 gives me 192. What's 192 plus 32?
124. 124. 224.
Where are my mathematicians? 224.
224, yeah.
Guess where I'm going? You know the theme. 224 plus 16. $240 plus 8.
248.
248 plus 4. Is it 252?
252.
252 plus 2.
254.
And look what the number we end up with. Funny how that happens. 254 plus 1 is 255. He needs to go touch grass. It's funny, but when you start seeing a cycle, everything lives between 1 and 255. Or if you want, if you want to count the 0 as a 1, 0 to 254. It's funny how that works out, doesn't it? Because a network, that is your box of numbers that you will always be working out of. Okay? All right.
So
now, let me change something here. I'm going to change it to 30. Okay. So that is our name. This is our whole chart for Cider. It's not the whole thing, but it's the fourth octet chart that we always refer back to as a start. Let me snip this screen because I know. Snipping tool. Does it matter? It matters in binary using 1 to 32. You can't use 0.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. Because 0 is the default address. 255.255.255.255 when everything turns on is the default subnet mask and default IP address for the whole network. For when there is no address, you send it out on 0. For when there is no designated subnet mask, you send it out on 255.
Okay.
That's why we always start with 1 to 32. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah.
Binary wise. We can't count zeros because it's already pre-registered as a default protocol for an address.
Okay, yeah.
All right. That's a break glass and an emergency address. that routing uses to get things where it needs to go behind the scenes. Okay, that's why it's 1 to 32 instead of 0 to 31. You also have to start with 1 because when it comes to creating subnet masks and LANs in CIDR, you will always be robbing 1 bit to break open a new octet to create more addresses. You always need a leftover bit. Okay? And since 0 is 0, there's nothing you can take from 0, right?
Yeah.
But when you take away 1, you're left with 0 in binary. Okay? So that's why that is like that.
Okay.
I told you, just gonna break your minds. But you know what? Y'all all right. Y'all can take it. All right, so here we go. I'm the IT administrator. I walked up to Leah. Leah, hey, I need 30. I'm changing it to 30 addresses just to make it simple. She's like, great. She goes to this chart, and this is the first thing that Leah's going to do. She's going to look on this chart, right at the bottom, right here in the bit area, right here. Right here. This is her first look. Wait a minute, I didn't want that. Stop. She's looking here. First thing she wants to look is, and Leah, I'm asking you, where does 30 fit inside of? Which number? From 128 all the way down to 1. Which number does the number 30 land in? Side of? Comfortably. I want the slash. What's the slash? There's your slash. Slash 27. So when I go and when I ask her to create 30 addresses, and she does, she's like, oh, I got my first number. I'm first going to this chart. James wanted 30. 30 fits comfortably inside of the 32. I'm good. So we're right here. This is her first place that she's going to go to start creating addresses. So the first thing she figures out, James gave me a starting address, 192.168.0.1. Now she can do this, /27. Who follows me?
Yep.
Okay? The next thing is, she has to pick a number that it fits comfortably inside here. There is 2 addresses. The reason why I did the example so visually you can see it, there are already 2 addresses that will automatically be reserved when Leah finds out what her slash position is to say, oh, it's right here. I can put 30 computers, nodes, cell phones, all on this network. When she picks this, I made it easy for her because it's already subtracting 2 addresses. She would come here anyway to be at /27, but 2 addresses are automatically taken away. That is the network ID address and the last address in her scope, which will be her broadcast address. That leaves her 30 usable addresses. This is important to understand on the exam. That leaves her 30 usable addresses where devices can be plugged up without anybody's permission. The DHCP will assign them an address. Good to go. All right. Now, as we go up to here, This is the number of devices. What the hell? Who did that? Was that me? What just happened? Oh, I know what happened. Ooh, I was like, I messed up my beautiful chart. Dang it. Now I gotta go back. All right, let's just do this. This is the number of devices that you can have on the network. Okay? In IT, we call them hosts. Hostess cakes. How many hostess cakes can we have on this network that she's creating? She can have 30 usable addresses. Next, we go up. How many subnets can she create? She can create 8 different LANs. She can have 8. The cool thing about this is it segments out the LANs, and you're able to use the same subnet mask for all 8 LANs. So all those addresses live on the same subnet. Y'all with me? Don't worry, we're gonna do it again because y'all gonna do the exercise. There's an exercise that we're gonna do. I need to delete this. I think y'all got the premise of this. All right. So now, next part of this, Leah's gonna present to me when she comes back. Here's your subnet mask that all 30 addresses are gonna live on. And I'm like, go ahead and go, shoot. She's gonna say, it's a Class C address. It's in the 4th octet, so automatically the subnet mask is 255.255.255. What did I tell you something's gonna change? I said something was gonna change. I said it was gonna be the 0. Right there. As we go up at the chart and we look, she follows it all the way up. She already got the subnets. Here's the subnet mask. And you're right, Mr. T, 254, it's right there. That's the subnet mask. Bam. We just cited. Okay? So the key thing with this is, and we're about to run through some exercises. The key thing with this is, when you have this chart, here's your bits. My eyes twitching. Here's your bits going left to right. 1 all the way to 32. Separate each bit, every 8 bits by a decimal. There you go. There's the first octet. This is what the octet bit positions look like. Here's the second octet, 9 through 16. It's right here. Third octet, here you are again, 17 through 24. That's the third octet. Fourth octet, 25 through 32. It's right here. Either gonna turn these bits on or off to get that IP number. Okay? Who does not remember how we got this IP address number? I'm scanning the room. Who does not remember? Okay, Charles is good. Okay. All right, good. So that's why this chart is always repeated in each octet in order for you to change this into that and to change it back to a decimal of 1, of a binary of 1 and zeros. All right. So we got the groundwork laid. Leah, she got the address. She figured out what the slash is going to be, right? All right. She figured out what the slash is going to be. Cool. She even presented to me saying, James, 2 addresses have already been reserved, so I'm left with 30 usable addresses, and this is going to be our subnet mask. And I'm like, great, Leah. Great. Appreciate you. Now, this is how we figure out our address range. We need to know what the net ID is and the broadcast ID is. Y'all ready? If you're not ready, we're going anyway. We're going to see it again. So over here, this is what needs to happen. For the network ID, then you're going to need your pool of addresses. And then here's your broadcast ID, your IP address. First thing we have to look at is, Leah, could you please tell me what number you used to figure out where 30 fit into? We're back to this chart. You followed this number and said 30 fits inside of one of these. Which one did you pick? /27, right? So that means we have to use this as now what they call our block number, our magic number to figure out networks. And when I do this, now y'all gonna be like, oh, I got it. Trust me. So what she does is this. Her block size is 32. She does this chart right here. She comes over here. She says, I got it. Her first number she starts with is going to be 0. Her block size is 32. So she goes 0 to 32. Okay? The number 30, she said, fits inside of here. Okay? So now that means she has to back up one space because she found where 0 to 30 lives. So she has to back up one ID number. Okay? So over here, what we're going to put is 31. If I can be a little street for a minute, we're going to be like Juvenile and back that thing up. Okay? So this is what we're looking at. She's going to back the number up to 31 on the same line. So now she has her net ID, which is a .0. This number will go as the first number on a LAN, and we can call this the HR LAN. The next number that we have in concession to this is 1, and the last number we had before 31 is 30. So, Leah's not going to be like, okay, I got those 2 reserved addresses for you. And I'm like, cool, what are they? She's going to say 192.168.0.0. That's the net ID. The last address in the IP pool is 192.168.0.31. That is the broadcast address. This is the LAN she just created for HR, human resources. All right. Since we are already here, you know how we do. Most of y'all are wondering, James, wait a minute. You said she can create 8 LANs if she followed this all the way up. I can create 8 local area networks. You're like, James, how do you do that? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I said they're all going to share the same subnet mask as 224. So now all I do is, if I'm the IT administrator, and I go to Leah, and I say, hey, I need another set of addresses. Oh, she's like, oh, I got you. I got you, boo. does is do this. 0, her block size is 32. Oh, 0, 32, got that. 32. What's the next number? What's 32 plus 32?
64.
64.
Yeah.
Now I gotta back that thing up. Right? So what do I back? Bingo. First number after 32?
31.
First number before 63?
62.
This is where she'd be like, I got you. Here's land number 2. Here's land number 1. Here's land number 2. Net ID .32. Broadcast ID .63. And the available addresses to be used on the network, the pool of addresses, 33 through 62. I can keep going until I make 8 of these. They all share the same subnet mask. And then I'm done. She's blocked off 8 LANs. She goes to the router, to DHCP, LAN number 1, she puts all this information in. She configures the port with this address, the starting address. She configures the port with the broadcast address for that LAN. The router automatically knows they can only give out these addresses in the middle. Does that make sense?
So
without your heads exploding. Heads always explode on the first day of this. So the router in the DHCP server automatically figure out from her first address to her last address and her subnet mask, oh, these addresses they could be given out on the network. That's how you isolate a LAN. You do that for security. So a person can't come in and just traverse the whole network and the whole network is available to them. This is how you isolate LANs so only authorized individuals can access those computers. Does that make sense? You said the port is configured with the broadcast address. What about, no, it's configured with the net ID, the very first address. The broadcast address on that net will be the last address where it can broadcast to find out, hey, does this MAC address and IP address live on this LAN? I'm broadcasting to you guys, all 30 computers. Can you hear me on that LAN? And only on that LAN, it will come back and say, yeah, Leah, it's over here. Oh, gotcha, I knew it was somewhere. And that's how it will route to that address on that LAN. Charles says, so 192.168.0.1/27 just means that we can create. Yes, you can create by the chart on a /27. You can create 8 subnets. It gives you the subnet mask, but you can have only 30 usable devices that can use those addresses under a /27. So if you look at it real quick, let's do some rapid fire. You ready? All right. And the more we do this, you'll see it. All right, let me take this out. Ready? Get your fingers ready.
Yeah.
I need to have 4 available addresses on a network. What slash is it? Notice I said available. I need 4 available addresses on a network. 4 available. Not total. Okay, let me give you a hint because y'all are new to this. You're new to this. If I ask you for available addresses, that means you automatically have to subtract 2 to give me what I want. If I give you four, if I said 4 available addresses, correct, it's a /29. Just to slow it down a little bit, you always have to subtract depending on what I'm asking you. Correct. You have to take away automatically 2 addresses to fulfill my request. Now, that's totally different from hearing this, what I'm about to ask you. You ready? I need 128 total addresses. Which slash can I use?
25.
You're correct, /25. My verbiage changed. I said I need 128 total addresses. I didn't say usable. I said total. Rapid fire, here we go. I need 13 usable addresses. What slash am I using?
28.
Correct. I need 1 total address. Okay, cool, y'all got it. I need 2 available addresses. Bingo. I didn't say usable. Now, if I said I need 2 usable addresses, what would you put?
There we go, 30.
There you go, 30.
Yeah.
That's what I want you to get in your mind. There's a total difference between, that's how people get those answers wrong on the Network Plus exam. You have to account for the network ID, which is the first address in an address pool, and the last address, which is the broadcast address that can turn around and yell at the other computers to find out information. That's like me walking in the room saying, anybody saying Michael? And I got 30 people. All y'all gonna be like, nope, we ain't saying him. Nope. It's the same thing. It's a broadcast address. Okay? The initial address, now y'all see why I hate it. The very first address is me on the network walking up to the door and turning the doorknob to open the door. Now, does that make sense? That's opening the door to a room, and I have 31 other addresses in there. All right? I think y'all got it. Charles meant -2, usable. Available, yep, you don't minus anything. You want the total amount, correct. All right, since we're here, we've made 2 addresses, 2 subnets out of here. I want to make 1 more. Somebody walk me through it. Let's make another one. What do I need to do? We're looking here, the net ID, block number. 64 plus what?
64 plus 32.
64 plus 32 gives me what?
90, 96.
96. Now I need to, like Juvenile said, well, whoa there. What I need to do? When you're on the dance floor, you gotta back that thing up to 95. Which will go here. And in the middle, there you go. Sorry, trying to accommodate this. We just made land number 3 out of 8. Now, does that make sense? All right. So screenshot this chart, do whatever you need to do as an example, because this will help you. And I will leave it right there so you can do that. Juvie, he almost gave instructions to gang violence with it. Yep. Yeah, he did. What's that album, 98 Degrees? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's how this whole chart comes into play. If I know a lot of you are like, James, what about the 2? Yeah. The 2 is always a hanging bit because remember I said you have to use that bit to break open another octet to create more addresses? That's why that starts with 2 and not 1, like over here. We have to put that leftover bit and crack open octet number 3 in order to create a whole other plethora of addresses. Yeah. So, okay, Mike, this is a good chart for you. This breaks it down. Like when you see this, you're like, oh, I got it. Okay. Take a break because when you get back, y'all gonna have to figure out an example that I'm gonna give you. You got 10 minutes. See when you get back.
Would be fun to do. That would be a good one, right? Pen test. That's always exciting. That's very Hollywood movie-ish. And the reality of that job, of course, it is absolutely nothing like Hollywood or the hackers that get in. It's mostly a lot of report writing. If you like to write reports, Pen Test Plus is for you. I think the first section of the Pen Test Plus exam objectives are, tell us about your writing skills. Tell us about the report that you're going to create right now. I don't think that's really what it says, but it probably should. There is almost as much writing in the Security Plus side, but not on the Security Plus exam. There's just too many fundamentals you have to get in place. What are we going to do with this phone, everybody? Well, first we're going to put things into a do not disturb. We'll just have it not ring, because I've got people that are out and about right now to figure things out. Thanks for being here, everybody. You guys got a lot going on right here. We've got so many good questions for you today. I spent last week going through and creating some new questions, getting some extra things there. So we have some good things there that are coming today. Performance-based questions are always a challenge. So I like to really get in there and see if I can mix it up a little bit. We've been doing a lot of different kinds of those. So we'll figure out what you like on this live stream. We'll be getting started in about 4 minutes and 45 seconds as my big clock on the desk, on the wall. Should have a clock on the wall. They don't have a clock. I think it'd be taunting me, wouldn't it? I think it would. So there's no clock on the wall. I'll just rely to the taunting that comes naturally on the clock that's on my phone or the clock that's on my wrist, or in this case, clock that is on my table, my desk. This enormous thing. I can't even reach. The desk is so long that I've still got another foot if I stretch my arms out on both sides. So it's a big desk, and you can see I've just put everything on it. Everything that you need to do a live stream is on this desk or in this desk. You can't really see it. There are two 19-inch racks, one on the left, one on the right. They're behind kind of a soundproofing. I don't know if I even open it up if you can still hear because of the way the mic's. Yeah, it's still kind of quiet even then. They aren't particularly loud in what they are doing in there. Because there's, on the right side here, you can sort of see the Cylons going around. I'll move the lower third there. The Cylons that are going around there, they're recording the audio and video of this. So they're working to keep up with that. On the left side, those pretty red and green colors are the video switcher. It's kind of loud. That's probably louder on the left side, right? Let's find out. See, you can't really hear any of this. Yeah, I have a filter that keeps all of the noises that happen in the background away. So when I stop talking, it goes to nothing. So I'll just stop talking here now. and it just goes to nothing. Even though there's air conditioning running, there's a fan above me, there's other things that are happening, there's noises around. There will people be outside, but we've got a very directional mic in the mic that we use. This is a Heil PR40. It's a very directional mic. So if I even go off mic a little bit, I'm talking exactly the same. But if I go off mic just a tad, you can see there's quite a difference in what's happening there. So that combined with the inline compression slash it's really noise gate is what's causing that not to send anything. So I've got a noise gate on that.
Welcome back to the strongest connection.
With both options, I've been waiting for something special, but it's been buffering. But underline, our connection is strong and ultra fast. This is gonna last.
Underline, local gigabit internet that loves you back.
We're at Once Upon a Wish Party, the ultimate Disney experience for Wish families. Every moment they spend here is just pure joy.
Watching their expressions and reactions to everything, it is very special.
I'm going to dance around and I'm going to meet my prince.
This wish is just magical, special, and almost a miracle.
This is the wildest of dreams. And this is beyond imagination.
Works fine. That's great. So we'll figure out the details. No, it's a mono. Everything is mono. This is a mono config. I do not talk in stereo, so I do not publish in stereo. So we'll wait for the first live album. We'll make sure is in stereo. So we'll have that going forward. There's no live album. It's coming. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes to go, everybody. We will get things started in just a moment. This live stream is available immediately afterwards on YouTube as a replay, and I send out or post a replay information on my website. A holiday album, what a lovely idea. What a horribly bad idea that is. I'm not sure it's neat. You didn't ask for it, you don't want it, you'll hate it, here it is. That's sort of how, isn't that how most music is these days? Isn't that how most movies are? We know you're not going to like it. We know it's bad, but here it is. Congratulations. Are we expected to memorize the different Wi-Fi generations and their speeds? You're expected to know everything that is listed in the CompTIA exam objectives. That is the best advice I can give you, because that really does spell it out. I'll talk about it more during this live stream, especially in the after show. No one wants to hear me singing Jingle Bells. That's not true. Negative people want to see me. I mean, they will show up and say, before you start, could you not? We've got a list of people that have requested that you never do this. So it's actually negatives. There's a negative number of people that would like to hear me singing Jingle Bells. It's not just zero. I feel like there's a groundswell of support for me not doing that. Like most of the things that I work on. It's very similar to that. How often are these up? We do a live stream for each of our study groups. We do 4 live streams a month, 2 for A+, 1 for Network Plus, that's the one today, and 1 for Security Plus. Figure those out. 15 seconds to go. Oh, I gotta get, here we are. Suddenly I realize after talking to you for 10 minutes, oh, I have a live stream to do. So we're going to go here. Let's go up to our keynote. Let's get a green light. We got a green light on the keynote. Click, 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 click. That all works. This all works. That all works. It's time to do a live stream, everybody. Let's see if I can remember the way any of these things are supposed to work. Here we go. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the July 2025 Professor Messer N10009 Network Plus study group. This is the study group where I ask you questions that come directly from the CompTIA exam objectives. And if you know your exam objectives, You will be able to answer these in real time if you're joining us live. If you're not joining us live, that's fine too. You can, of course, go to anything that we are doing online, watch the replays. And as you're watching the replay, although you cannot participate interactively, you can still participate with yourself. You just sort of figure out the answers, write them down, make a note of them, try to keep up with what we're doing. You just won't be able to submit them online, which is fine. That's not a problem. I think there'd be something that we can do for everyone. If you are here live, this is the link that you will use. Go to professormesser.com/QA to submit your answer to the questions that we will have available for you today. In fact, I have a very first question that I like to do. That is a question from last month, just to see if you're able to get in and do this properly. So if you pop open a new browser window, there will be a question waiting for you at professormesser.com/QA. Before I tell you this question, one thing to keep in mind is that our standing rule in the study group is that we want to answer the questions at the link that you see on your screen, professormesser.com/QA. Please do not put any answers in the chat room. Please don't put any hints in the chat room. The question I have for you today is this one. Our rewind question is, a technician would like to query a DNS server for the FQDN of a specific IP address. Which of the following records should be configured on the DNS server? Would that be PTR, MX, PTR?
Tackling your security concerns starts with a prompt. With Sola AI, you get answers to the security questions you really care about instantly. Get started with Sola, the AI you need to get security done.
So, I told the girl, I said, give me a favor, put the money in the bag. Excuse me. You on your phone? Yeah, man, I play this game Royal Kingdom. Love this game. You're playing Royal Kingdom? Yeah. At my show. I'm so sorry. You do not have to apologize. I love this game. I play Royal Kingdom, and let's be clear, I'm playing the game uninterrupted, people. That's right, no ads talking about buy this now. I hate ads, bro. I hate ads. What else you hate? Chewing your food, sir. The best part is I don't need Wi-Fi. I don't need it. I'm not searching for a signal while I'm trying to get to a new level. At the moment? Yeah. Right. MX, CNAME, A, or TXT. You got a few to choose from. Now, we're going to come back to this question in just a moment. There's the question. We will come back to this one in just a moment because I would like to give you a little bit more information about this live stream right now, but this will just...
All right, everybody, welcome back
anytime by going to
the crazy farm. We're all crazy.
Well, we do one of these study groups every month for Network Plus.
I told you I was going to give you some homework that we're going to do in class, like right now. And y'all can use this as a group
Our Security Plus study group is next week
to... Okay, where's my pen at? Not the eraser.
You'll be watching our Security Plus study group. We do all new questions.
Okay, we're just going to wing it. Okay, check this out.
We can talk about. Of course,
here's your homework.
Our study groups. You can
Me as the IT administrator, okay, I need 100 addresses,
every video on our YouTube
usable.
On our website. We, of course, post a weekly Network Plus pop.
I need 100
ProfessorMesser.com/Twitter
look at this
and
stuff.
ProfessorMesser.com/X.
Look at this.
They're the same thing.
Did I spell usable wrong? Oh, I didn't put space. There you go. I need 100 usable addresses. All right.
Instagram. Of course, if you'd like
per LAN. So I need 2 LANs created. Okay. Your starting IP address range.
You get the idea. That's a good way.
Okay.
To do it. The topics that we're going
now,
to
it's the way you create it. Now, I'm going to give you a hint. If you use the block size that I told you, 60 will fall inside of there.
And we will talk more about that objective.
That's the hint I need to get. So I need 2. Here's the first address that this falls in.
This is the current version.
All right. So you'll get your address range, and I need you to create another LAN. 2. I need the network ID, the broadcast ID, and the subnet mask. I give you 10 minutes to try to solve this issue. I need to know where this lives. I need to know where this lives in the first LAN. So that takes care of the first one. But I need another one too.
The exam
and they
itself
both
is a
need to be
single
in the
exam that you
same
can pass. It's 90 minutes in
subnet
length, and you can get a
mask.
maximum of 90 questions. It's available and stored on
Interesting.
a scale
I'm only
of
giving you what you're
100
gonna
to
see on the
900.
exam.
It's unusual
So it's
scale.
good.
The
It's
score
good.
that
We
you
can
need
fumble
to
around right now.
is a 720.
So good luck.
The exam
You got
itself
10 minutes.
consists of multiple choice questions and performance-based questions. Both
You can't do this as a team too. You're not by yourself.
Live stream. Also,
You
let
can open
know
up the
that I
mics and
have
start
downloadable
talking.
versions of all of these videos,
Or ask
audio
beforehand.
versions. We have course notes and more study information available on our website. If you want to learn more about it, you can find it at professormesser.com/netsuccess. I'll also let you know that this video replay will be available on YouTube immediately afterwards. I hit a stop button, takes a couple of minutes to process, and then you can watch the replay. I also have an audio-only version replay that I post in podcast format. If you'd like to add that to your favorite podcast listening program, you can find that at professormesser.com/podcast. If you're on a streaming media service, the podcast is probably already there. So if you're on Spotify, for example, just simply go to the search there, look for Professor Messer, and you'll see that all of those podcasts will show up automatically. It's an easy way to start listening when you're in your car, when you're working out, or somewhere else where you can't watch the screen as it's going by. Also let you know that about a day after we're done, you'll notice that the YouTube video description will be updated, and it will have all of these timestamps in it. These timestamps happen thanks to the hard work of my marketing manager, Lori. Hi, Lori. She's watching the replay and going through this entire video and putting those timestamps in for you so that you have the most accurate way to find the information that we covered during this live event. And since we tend to go for about 2 hours, it's a great way to find it very, very, very quickly. Thank you, Lori, for doing that. If those of you in the chat room appreciate it, make sure you give a wave and a hello and thank you to Lori. She's watching that replay go by. Also, as she probably watches this at 2x speed. I hope she does anyway for something like that. And that will appear in the YouTube video description in about a day or so. We also, when we are not here live, you can go to professormesser.com/discord and join us on our 24/7 chat rooms. I've also got rooms set up that you can open yourself and manage your own study group in the Discord itself, where you manage it, you're in control of it, you can lock it, you can open it, you can allow people in, you can kick people out. It's completely up to you. It's your study space. And you can do that right there on our Discord, professormesser.com/discord. Join thousands of other people that are studying for their A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and other certifications by visiting professormesser.com/discord. Eventually, you will need to take your exam, and if you are in the U.S., Canada, or a U.S. territory, we would love it if you would join us on our website at professormesser.com/vouchers. I have discounted vouchers that are there for you. So you can, of course, go to the CompTIA website and pay full price, but why would you do that when the same vouchers are available at professormesser.com/vouchers? You don't need a special coupon code. You don't need to add any extensions into your browser. All you have to do is visit professormesser.com/vouchers, and they are available at a discounted rate automatically. Not only do you get the voucher, I'll even give you something extra. You get a free copy of my Exam Hacks ebook. This is an ebook I wrote with a number of tips and tricks that can help you with your studies and some strategies you can use during the exam itself to perhaps get you a few extra points. These are a compiled list of tips and tricks that I've accumulated through the years. Maybe it's something that can help you as well. You get all of that with the purchase of a voucher. We do not sell the Exam Hacks ebook by themselves. You can only get them with the purchase of a voucher or a success bundle. And you can find all of this at professormesser.com/vouchers. Let's look at the question we had earlier, which is a technician would like to query a DNS server for the FQDN of specific IP addresses. Which of the following records should be configured on the DNS server? Is it PTR, MX, CNAME?
People can get crazy trying to stop a cyber attack. Acronis, take the headache out of IT security.
Organic and dairy-free?
Here we go.
At Sprouts, our shelves are filled with new, exciting, and delicious discoveries. This is that Sprouts feeling.
TXT? Let's close our poll and see how we did. Well, we're a little mixed. In fact, this is very similar to the results we got last month. 41% of you was the plurality. The highest number of you answered PTR as the record that should be configured in this case. But 26% of you said A and 24% of you said CNAME. So the second and third place actually combine to more than the first place option. So I think we have a good choice here out of these three. We have single digits, however, for MX or TXT, so none of you really felt, or very few of you felt, that that was really the right answer. It would not be an MX record, it would not be a TXT record. Very specific to what we're trying to do here is that we want to query the DNS server or the FQDN of an IP address. Normally, it's the reverse, isn't it? Normally, we're typing in a fully qualified domain name in our browser screen or somewhere else. We're typing in www.professormesser.com. And behind the scenes, it's figuring out the IP address. But what we're asking for is the opposite of that. We're asking to query the DNS server for the FQDN of a specific IP address. So we're going to give the DNS server an IP address and then tell us what fully qualified domain name is that associated with. What's important to know, however, is that the DNS server will only tell you that information if a record has been added to the DNS detailing what fully qualified domain name is associated with that IP address, and that record is a pointer record, a PTR. That's what PTR stands for. It is, think of it as the reverse of an A, an address record for IPv4, or a quad A, which is the IP address record for IP version 6. This is the opposite of that. I'm giving and putting into this particular record an IP address, and I'm associating a name with that IP address, specifically a fully qualified domain name. And that's where, in fact, I can notice here, that's even whoever put that in my records here, misspelled it.
This is the part where it doesn't change from 192.168.0 to 198. Okay, is this where it changes from 192.168.0.0 to 192.168 to 1.0? Nope, you will not mess with the third octet,
It's because a pointer record doesn't
which is the 1. You won't add a 1 there.
That is what we would focus on for all of these.
Unmute for me, Charles, and kind of ask me what you need.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to, because you said two lands, right?
Correct. So right here in the subnets, I need 2 subnets, and they're both going to share the same subnet mask.
We've already talked about that. A CNAME record is a canonical name record that provides us with a different name.
Let me help you out. This is going to point y'all in the right direction.
We could also call that server email. We could call that server files.
Dude, I am so list.
Shares, and we can put
I'm so list.
records in
Okay,
the server so that
check this out.
Single record
Here we go.
address and then multiple canonical.
Now, I'm going to walk you through this one, but guess what? I'm going to give you another one right behind it.
Here, the MX record is
First first address you got. If I gave you this address, I said, I need to know what this is, and I need you to create another LAN. So the first LAN is already established. I need to figure out what it is, and then I need to make another one, right? So the first thing I do, I need 100 addresses on the first LAN. What slash am I automatically going to have 100 usable addresses? Correct, /25. So right here, you just found it for me. All right. When we're looking at this, like we learned this is just a refresher. I know you learned a lot, so I'm not saying it to say you should know, but remember, it's a lot of information. But as a recap, first 3 parts of this is the network. This is the host. This is the host IP. This is the host holding this IP address number. That's the host number. So the first thing I look at this and say, hey, Charles, Sir Charles, where does 60 fit into? You already said /25, right? I need 100 usable addresses. Does 60 fit inside of here? Okay, great. So I'm always going to start with 0. My next one, that's my block size, 128. All right. I'm finding out where the first LAN is. I go here. I back that thing up. 127. Boom. First number after 0, 1. First number before 127. Bam. There's my first LAN. $60 fits right in here. There's LAN number 1. You just found it. Then I said, I need you to create another LAN, number 2. I need you to make another LAN with IP addresses. Then you said, great, what's 128 plus 128? 256. So all I did is add that on top. Boom. Go over here. Back that thing up. Remember, I can't go over 255. I can't use 256. First number after 128. First number before 254. 255 is 254. You just created LAN number 2. All right. So check this out. I can delete this because I can't use it. I can't use 256 if I wanted to. So if I follow 255 all the way up, you did the first one, slash, you found out what the slash is. You found out how many usable hosts I can have on 2 networks. There's 2 networks. They both can have 100 usable addresses. Last part I need to figure out, what's the subnet mask? What's the subnet mask? 128, I take that question mark, 128. I'm done, right there. All right, go down here, and now what you're doing, you're telling me the network IDs. The network ID, the very first, they had the subnet right. Good, but that's why we're practicing. Listen, the reason why we're doing this, and I'm shotgunning you like this, is because you're gonna have one, there's one PBQ that takes 10 minutes to figure out. If you don't know how to convert the slash to know how many devices can sit on there, you are lost for the rest of the exam. I'm just telling you. It's 5 PBQs on there. All right? So that's why we can sit here all day and do this. All right. So for the first LAN, for LAN number 1, the network ID is 0. Wait, more devices can sit on lower numbers. I am so lost. Unmute and explain.
I see the slash 25 on 128, and then slash 26 on 64. So in my head, that means more people can be on 64 because the slash number is bigger. I think I'm just very lost.
Okay, let's answer your question. Let's tackle that. When you see 64, that's 64 devices on one LAN. I asked, I need 100 on each LAN. I need 100 devices to sit on each LAN. I need 2. This is the only one I can make 2 LANs that can have 100 devices sitting on them, because they both fall under 126.
So what's the slash part mean?
That's the bit position down here. Right down here.
Bit position.
32-bit address. If we laid it all out down left to right, it's 1 to 32. Every 8 bits is octet number 1, octet number 2, octet number 3, octet number 4. We are in octet number 4 because the slashes start with 25.
So those first numbers are like, let's say we're 1 through 8. Is that only if, where does that come in?
Oh, now here's where that comes in. If I gave you some crazy trash like this, let's do something easy. Okay? As you move from right to left, this is where this bit comes into play, that 2. I'd rob a bit, crack open octet number 3. It'll start with a /23.
Wait, why not a /24?
Oh, you're correct. /24. So right here, this is what you'll get. There you go. Now I'm right here. I'm right here. I had to rob a bit from the network in order to create more addresses. So that means over here, for this part, we need to multiply. Everything's divisible by 2 as it goes from left to right. Is it not? 256 in half, 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, 1. The more you go up on the bits, lower you go on the bits, the more hosts you can have on the network. So that's, now I could put 256 devices on this network. 254 usable. This position right here becomes a 1. There's the 1. So I can crack open a brand new octet so I can make more addresses. Okay?
If we needed more than that, we would just get a new network.
Yep. So what you could do is, you can't use 256. Didn't I tell you everything you can't go over 255? That's why these first positions in each octet will either terminate somewhere at 256 and a 1. See how it's reversed? Yeah. Can't even use this one. Right? So now I start taking away the subnets. So now over here, that position now becomes 254. I stole a bit from the network to create a whole nother set of addresses. Yep. Then here it'll be 252, and it go down to 248, 240, and keep going. This keeps multiplying. So if I had, this is a /24. If I gave you a /23, how many devices can I have on it? Look at Brian, 512. If I gave you a /22, how many devices can I have on it?
Double.
Or total usable, total addresses, excuse me, I'm sorry. You're correct, 124. And it just keeps going. It just keeps going. Yep. So that's what you'll see when you get into the third octet in here. You start doing 24, 23, 20, and it shifts over. On the exam, you will see nothing less than a 24. You'll see nothing less than a 24. Is that all still within Class C? Yes. For this one, there's a caveat. This could be a Class B or a C, depending on what address you're confronted with. But let's stay over here in 4 for now. We're getting off the deep end. If you don't know this first, you're not going to understand this. All right? So, getting back to this, the first network ID for the first one over here is 0.0. The broadcast ID for the very first LAN is 127. And again, the subnet mask is 128. You guys are good. There's the first LAN. Okay. For the second LAN, for LAN number 2, what's the network ID?
128.
It's right over here. 128. What is the broadcast?
255.
255. See it for the second line? It's right there. It's right there. That's why you can create two LANs with the same subnet mask. Now, both of these can live on the same neighborhood. Isn't 255 a bump up to 192.168? I am not understanding that question. What's up, Mr. T?
So from what I see is that the 255, right? So can you bump it up like 192.168.1.0 instead of 192.168.0.255?
You can do whatever you want. You're correct. Yep, you can do whatever you can start at whatever address that you want. The key thing is that I asked you in the beginning was I need you to find where this address lives on what network. That gave you the first one. Then the requirement I had for you for the second one, well, since you found out what that one is, make me another one. We did, using 128 as a block. See the 128? So I made it more simple for you to try to figure out instead of trying to get fancy with it. You're not there yet. Gotcha. Okay. So this shows you how this had come about. All right. Now, you could be lost or feel bewildered. That's fine, because this is just an introduction. But we're about to do one more. How about that? Yeah. All right. I'm going to give you an IP address up here. I need you to find out where this IP address lives. It's a Class C address, so automatically the subnet mask is 255.255.255. That's how this comes into play, using the class full chart. It's a private address. This is not going to change, but when we're doing CIDR, you have to drop the subnet mask there because you're creating your own networks. It's not going to be 0. So, I would need to know what is it going to be? What is it going to be? I need you to help me get all this telemetry down here. This is what we need to find out. I'm giving you a hint. We're trying to find out where this address lives. 32. This is a Class C address. This all belongs with 255. Mic check 1 2 1 2. I can hear you. All right. James, you are talking in hieroglyphics and I'm freaking lost. This is the first time Kevin said he's lost like this. Amazing. All right, I'm gonna help you out. Watch this. That's why we practice. This is just day 1. All right, let me walk you through it. Don't be so proud. All right, here we go. If you are ever presented with an IP address, let me walk you through. And I said, or I asked you, Kevin, what network does this live on? You're going to be like, Roger that. Let me figure that out for you. All right. You with me so far? All right. Using the chart. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Test. Someone hear me?
Yep. I can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can hear you. So I'm going to say, okay, because all these bits are turned on, these are in use, and it's a Class C address, that means the subnet mask is going to be 255.255. So that means we need to find out where this host lives. So now I'm going to be like, okay, let me go to my chart down here. I'm looking for where 32 fits at evenly. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You sure it's a 37? A 20? There you go. 26. That's where it lives. Bam. Because this gives me 32 total addresses. But if I took away 32, if I did the chart, that means it's only 0 to 31. Correct. Broadcast address. So now I'm just going to bump up here and move over one. It comfortably fits in here. All right. So now I use my block size chart. Now this is where it gets kind of murky for people because they're like, I fall off I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so freaking lost. Right. So then we do this. All right. My block size is 64. 0 to 64. You always use 0 to 64. Then I back that thing up one, right? 63. What's the pool? What's the usable addresses in the middle? 1 to 62. Congratulations, Kevo. You just found out where that lives. All right? This is just a placeholder until you get this out of the way. What's the network ID, y'all? What's the very first address that starts the address pool?
64.
What's the last address in the address pool? I mean, in the addresses. 63.
63.
What's my subnet mask? Follow the chart all the way up on /26. 192. We just found out where this lives at. Bingo. Does that make a little bit more sense, Kevin? I see he's trying to figure it out. He'll get back with me in a second. Why did we go to 192? Okay, no problem. We went to 192 because we had to identify where the host number lives, what land. We took this number, we looked down at this chart, we said, where does 32 comfortably live for usable addresses? Bam, 64. So that means it's a /26. It's 64 addresses that can go on the /26. So all we did now at this point was we followed the chart all the way up. There it is, 192, subnet mask. So all you do is take this number for the 4th octet and we dropped it where the 0 should be. That's CIDR. And it wouldn't be /25s because it's too many. Correct. When you're trying to create networks for security-wise, you don't want a whole bunch of addresses that you'll never use. You want to leave a cushion of addresses, but you don't want a rogue host connecting and giving an address. So you're limiting how many addresses will be on that IP scheme. Okay? You want to build enough to give a cushion, but you don't want to put a whole bunch that's not being used either. Kevin says the bigger the numbers, the less octets. Oh, going this way? So all of this will start repeating over here. These will start repeating, going this way. All right? So these two will go over here. But don't concentrate on this for now. Leave that alone. Just you'll see when we get into part 2, when we start breaking open over here. So depending on what you're working with, for a class B or a class C, in this octet up here, here's the determining factor. That could be a 254 or a 255, depending. But we're not there yet. Stay on this side of the house. Stay on the right side of the dotted decimal for the 4th octet for a class C using these addresses. All right? We'll do part 2 tomorrow, where we start going over here. And you'll see how that works. Whose brains are fried?
So far I've gotten it, and the practice you going it over it helps for it to sit in a lot better, because I think we grasp it. It's just when you get those 2 first number, is that we're understanding we're working from the host and then working down to the bit and then back up to the subnet and the submask. I think that's where it started to get a little bit complicated, but but I think we got the gist of it.
Yeah, I think you guys kind of get the gist of it. And like you said, Elaine, that's a good statement you made. The more we talk about it, the more it clicks a little bit more. Don't worry, I've seen this look on many faces for the past 3 years. You're fine. You're actually better than most classes. I've seen classes melt down.
What's with the subnet number then? That's just for looks?
Which one? This one up here?
No, one below.
This one?
Yeah.
This is how many subnets you can make. See, I have subnet number. See, when we talk about subnet mask up here, here's the street. Let's say this is Vestry Lane. Okay? They're saying you can have, in that subdivision, you can have 4 streets. And in that subdivision, that subnet, you can have 4 lands, okay, inside the subdivision, 4 streets, okay? And in those 4 streets, they will all share this number in common, no matter what the house number is, all right? But it does matter down here. So let's look at this. If we have, and I like explaining this. I don't have no problem explaining this. This is cool. So if we stay right here, Sir Charles, you'll see I can make 4 streets. So simply I would go with 0 to 64. What's 64 plus 64?
128.
128. And then correct. And then 256. I just made 4 streets that all of these IP addresses are about to live on. They are about to live in the same subdivision. Now, we can never use 256. That's just the rule. You can't do it. You cannot do it. So that means in this IP address pool, 127 to 254, and the broadcast number is 255. See that? Here, you will have 65 to 126. Broadcast ID is 127. And here, 250. That's as high as I can go. right here. 255. Oh, excuse me. 128 plus 64. This is where we messed up. It was 128 plus 64. It's only about 64 blocks of 64. It was 128 plus 64.
Oh.
192.
What? Yeah.
All right. What's 192 plus 64?
That's 250. What is it? 256. Yeah.
256. There you go. So we can't go past 256. There's no possible way. So in here, here's our pool. Here's our usable address pool. 192. This is where we messed up at. Sorry. I apologize. 191. 193. 255. So that means right here is 254. There's our 4 lands. You use a block size of 64. 0, there's your first land. To 64, second land. 64 plus 64, 128, there's your third land. 128 plus 64, 192. There's our /26. We made 4 streets. They're all going to share the same subnet mask or zip code of 192. I can assign those to 4 different departments, and they will have their own IP addresses given out when they connect to the network. Yeah. So that's how you figure out your block size. It's called a block size. All right. This is a troubleshooting tool. There's a big PBQ, and the PBQ is, I swear it's like 10 minutes long. They give you several diagrams of networks in different LANs, and it'll say Jesus /25 /32 / whatever. The other part of that is they're saying computer A on this LAN can't talk to anybody. By quickly looking at your slash in the chart, you have to figure out, first of all, is that a valid IP address? And is it on the right subnet mask? Some of those, if you do that real quick, you'd be like, oh, this is the wrong subnet mask. I need to change it. And then there's a drop down of the right one you have to pick. Okay? And then it'll say, as far as LAN orientation, you'll find out, oh, that's the wrong IP address sitting on the wrong LAN. That's why they can't talk. There's a drop down. You have to do that quick math and say it belongs on LAN number 3, not number 1. Soon as you do that, instantaneously they can talk to everybody. Okay? So the Network Plus 009 exam, it did away with, like Michael says, I don't like to do CIDR. The 008, we used to have to sit down and do the math and do it on the exam. Now it's reversed. They want you to look at it and identify it to pick the right answer. Okay? So what I'm going to do is, tonight, it's 3:48. Dang, the day is going fast. I'll do like 2 or 3 IP addresses, and we're going to do this again in the morning. But we'd have to start calculating to arrive at the baseline bit subnet mask LAN. If you can unmute and explain, it's hard to read that and understand, but it's what your intention is to what you need.
It's what you just explained. If on the test or on a particular exam we end up getting just just one number, for instance, 24 or 25, and then we would have to work going backwards from there. Then we would have to calculate going back from the baseline to figure out what matches where and what doesn't match, or if it's sitting on the wrong one.
You are correct. Yes, sir. Yep. So given you might look at a LAN segment and you can physically see, Martin, that there's 6 devices on there, right? But the IP address range with the slash only provides you with 4 usable addresses. But you're wondering why this device can't talk to nobody. Because it doesn't fall into an IP scheme with 4 usable addresses. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you got to drop down from the selection and pick the appropriate scheme or LAN it's supposed to be on, just by doing the quick exercise that we just did. All right? That will allow you to solve the problem. There's 3 PBQs that's going to have slashes all over the place. It's going to look like a big mushy puzzle if you can't quickly determine how many hosts are supposed to be on that LAN, just by looking at the pictures. That's part 1. That's the first part. Then you might have the second part of that PBQ is, now that you figured out the right IP addresses that belong on which LANs, good job. Now I want LAN number A to be able to talk to LAN number 4. Now we got to open up trunk ports, tagging, all that stuff. It turns into another thing we haven't even gotten into yet.
I think one of the things that's really gonna help us it's the familiarization of being able to calculate, especially when we are at a working within a certain time frame. So so this right now it's really helping a lot. I know it gets very complex, but the practice and getting familiar with it, I think that's what we're gonna really need.
And it's gonna come, Elaine, and I'm glad you said that. Each day, I'm gonna just throw an IP address to you and say, figure that out. Because you're only gonna know if you practice and if I ask you. If 9 times out of 10, and I'm just being honest here, if I left it to you to try to do it, you probably wouldn't, because there's other things that's gonna take that place. So I'd rather us fumble now together early on before the end of 3 weeks. So by the time the end of 3 weeks comes and the exam comes, you're like, oh, I got that.
Yeah.
I got that.
Yeah.
I know what that is. That shouldn't even be like that.
Yeah.
Charles, you'll get there. It'll come. It's a slow roll. That's what it is. It's a slow roll. Kevin, you'll be all right. Jesus, you understanding this? Or are you kind of... He's got the glassy eyes. He's really like, don't worry. Be Wheezy? How you doing with this? Okay, that's cool. Martin? Okay, good. I'd rather see this than...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Okay, we'll just wait for Michael to... I know he's getting internet issues. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
Thanks for checking. If you ever see somebody drop off and be like, where the heck did he go?
Yeah.
I don't mind you checking, because I'm teaching. I don't have time to do it. There he is. I wish they had a calculator for exam. Now, okay, check this out. Y'all ready? And then I'm gonna let you go to break. Y'all are dope. All right. This is what's gonna help you make sense. Here's another tool I'm gonna add to your tool chest. You ready?
Yeah.
Since somebody brought up cider calculators, bingo. Here's a subnet calculator.
Cider calculator? Interesting.
Subnet calculator. All right. If I say I wanted 192.168.0.1 as a starting address, calculate that. Boom, there you go. Tells you exactly what's supposed to be there. I taught you the mathematical way to do it, so you know. if you want to cheat to know how many you're going to get out of that, this subnet calculator, yes, I did test you. Yes, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Charles, I taught you the long way around. Yes, I did. But by teaching you the long way, the short way starts making sense.
Yeah.
Right? So now if you input there, and then I say, wait a minute, I want that to be a /25. 108, bam. Subnet mask, IP range, 128 IPs, right? Your CIDR, that's what it looks like. Your CIDR range. The only thing, and here it is, there's your subnet mask. But if you don't know bit position and how they came up with 128, you're lost.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I could say this could be 127, but I gave you that subnet mask. What they're going to present to you on the exam is, on purpose, they're going to say on one LAN it's going to be 1/27, and you're going to think that's right. But if you don't look and see what a 127 IP mask range is, it's supposed to be 224. You have to click the drop down to change it to 224 because this is going to say something else. Do you understand what I'm saying? These are quick troubleshooting steps you have to do on the exam to know what lives where. Yep, calculating and using the chart makes logical sense. Now, as an IT administrator, you can quickly hand jive 25 through 32 and figure it out. When you're working with an enterprise network with 3,000 computers, you use this.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. Some switches, all you need to do is put in, I need 300 computers on this thing. You put it in, and the switch will figure it out for you. Right, Mr. T? You've seen them. Some switches will do it for you. Okay? But we ain't gonna be those type of IT people. We need to know where it all starts and hand calculate just in case something goes wrong. All right? Free money. All right, I've been talking. I know it took up a lot of y'all time, but we needed to do it. Take 10 minutes, cool your brain off, Charles. Put a cool towel on your brain.
Yeah.
See you in 10 minutes before y'all get back.
Hi, my name is Aaron Sampson. Routing and switching are fundamental technologies within computer networking that enable data to be transmitted efficiently between devices. In this course, we'll explore static and dynamic routing, as well as network address translation and port address translation. Next, we'll see how the first hop redundancy protocol is used to provide nearly uninterrupted network availability and discover use cases and characteristics of virtual IP addressing and layer 3 sub-interfaces. Lastly, we'll cover virtual local area networks, including VLAN databases and switch virtual interfaces, and discover considerations when configuring network interfaces, including 802.1q tagging, link aggregation, bead, and duplex. This course is one of a collection that helps prepare learners for the CompTIA Network Plus, or N10009 certification exam. In this presentation, we'll provide an overview of static routing, which in short means that the routes between source and destination networks must be manually configured or pre-programmed into the router. And this is commonly done in scenarios where changes to those routes are not expected and or the number of routes that must be configured is fairly small. Now, this is also known as non-adaptive routing because, as we'll see in our next presentation, its counterpart is dynamic or adaptive routing, whereby routers can exchange information with each other in order to adapt to changing conditions. So, with static or non-adaptive routing, if a change does occur, then it has to be dealt with manually. Any static routes will have to be configured in the router before any communication can occur. But that typically doesn't present much of an administrative overhead because with static routing, there is often only a single or a preferred route for traffic to reach its destination. But even if there are several, the routing tables, which are the collections of all routes known to that router, are fairly small. But because there are only a few routes, this requires less overhead in terms of processing on the router. And it also means that no routing protocols are required, because routing protocols are only required when dynamic routing is used. It's the job of a routing protocol to exchange the route tables with other routers, so that simply doesn't happen with static routing. Some key considerations, however, include that static routing should typically only be used in small network environments that don't change often, because statically configured routers don't exchange their routing tables with each other, so any change has to be implemented manually on each unit. But this also means that less network bandwidth is required for the routers themselves, since they aren't exchanging any data. And this actually also results in a more secure network because routing information is not traversing the network, so it can't be picked up through network sniffing. Its drawbacks, however, include that management of your routers can become time-consuming if your environment begins to grow and more routers begin to appear. So again, small networks with few changes are best suited to static routing. And if and or when changes do occur, static routing can be prone to errors because any incorrectly entered value will prevent that router from being able to reach its destination. And if there is an error, static routing does not allow traffic to be rerouted over an alternate route. But again, for smaller networks that tend not to change, static routing can present a simple configuration that is easy to manage with minimal overhead, lower bandwidth requirements, and higher security. In this video, we'll provide an overview of dynamic routing, which is, in essence, the opposite of static routing, which we just covered. In that, it's also known as adaptive routing, whereby routers are able to adapt to changing conditions automatically without the need for manual updates to be performed by an administrator. As such, this makes it a better solution for larger and more dynamic or changing network environments. Now, while it is more adaptable, it's also more complex to implement than static routing because dynamic routing creates more possible routes between source and destination. And to help visualize that, just imagine city streets on a map or a GPS. There is almost always more than one way to get from point A to point B. But because of its more complex structure, dynamic routing does require more network bandwidth than static routing because routers will also exchange their routing tables with each other, in essence to learn better ways to route the traffic. Now, coming back to my analogy of a map or a GPS, dynamic routing not only exchanges information with other routers, it attempts to determine the best possible path to a destination using algorithms known as distance vector protocols and link state protocols. In short, distance vector protocols basically only consider the distance between source and destination, which in routing refers to the number of routers that must be crossed, and those are also known as hops. So if, for example, network 1 is directly connected to network 2 on either side of the same router, then there is only that one router between them, so one hop. So the fewer the hops, the closer the network, and therefore the shorter the path. But again, consider the GPS app. Most of them will only determine the shortest route to your destination, but that route could include a congested highway or a road that's closed due to construction or perhaps an accident has occurred. But some of them are connected to live updates from drivers who have already reported those delays, so the app can reroute you to a less congested path. Link state protocols are able to take similar types of delays into consideration. If any given router along any given path is experiencing issues or delays, then a link state protocol can determine an alternate route that might be longer in terms of distance, but shorter in terms of time. Now, both distance vector and link state protocols will create routing tables within the router with an entry for each possible destination, and each of those destinations must specify the interface or the connection to use to send the packets out. But not only do they construct these routing tables, as mentioned, they also exchange them with other routers to which they have direct connections, so that they
Hey
can
everybody,
make
I'm
choice
back.
as to what the best
I was in the other
possible
classroom
is.
here online.
Now, I say direct
So the
connections
online class wanted to see what the, wait a minute, the on-campus class wanted to see what the online class looks like. So they probably peeked their head here on the camera. So this is what they look like. This is what it looks like. I'm moving to the right. Here we go.
In a linear fashion. Then
You don't want to say hi?
only see
Come on,
router
say
2
hi.
and router 3.
This is the graduating class of students on,
Since 2 is in the
they'll be
middle,
graduating here in
it can
what,
see
2 weeks?
both 1 and 3.
Where
So
is?
1 can
There's,
engage
there's Rachel. Rachel.
Rachel.
Who's still doing
So
her work?
router 1 can receive the tables of router 3
There you
through
go.
router 2.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
In other words, in this example,
So they're just on assignment
all
time
tables
right
of
now.
all routers can be exchanged with each other. So if we compare that to static routing, which only uses a single predefined route to a destination network, dynamic routing can create multiple routes. In static routing, the routers themselves do not share any routing tables with each other, whereas dynamic routers share those tables in order to make better choices in terms of the best path to use. Changes to the environment can still happen, of course, regardless of which method you use, but in static routing, those changes must be updated manually on all routers. But with dynamic routing, those algorithms are used to update the routes. And static routing also does not use any routing protocols, but dynamic routing uses those distance vector and or link state protocols to determine the routes and share information. As such, dynamic routing is much better suited to large and more complex network environments where changes can be frequent. But it is a somewhat less secure approach because now you do have routing information traversing the network, which does not happen with static routing. So this could make it vulnerable to being intercepted. And because of its more complex nature, it also requires more network bandwidth and higher computing power to process the routing data. In addition, dynamic routing often has higher hardware requirements as compared to static routing, and it also has higher maintenance requirements. Not in terms of having to manually update the routes, but the protocols themselves do require configuration and updates to both the software and the firmware of the routers themselves will almost certainly be more frequent, both of which will also translate into higher costs overall. Just as a simple example, if you had a very small and simple network with only a few routes, almost any standard network server could be used for static routing as long as it has at least 2 network interfaces. And it could even be a very old server that has been otherwise decommissioned, because in that type of environment, static routing would not be a demanding task. But by contrast, a large and frequently changing environment would need a dedicated router with its own proprietary operating system, its own processing and memory, and of course the protocols. So its base cost and its administrative requirements would be significantly higher than that statically configured server. But like most things in networking, the type of routing you'll need will depend on the circumstances. But in general, dynamic routing is a more flexible and adaptable solution that tends to be a better choice for larger and more complex networks. In this presentation, we'll examine how route selection works, which refers to the process by which a router determines the best path for data packets being sent through the networks they connect. Now this is important because just like a map of a city or a GPS app, there is almost always multiple routes between any 2 endpoints. But of course we always want to get to our destinations in the shortest amount of time. But it's not always just about time. Other key goals of route selection include maximizing the reliability of a path and ensuring the integrity of the data while it's in transit. Now, at a general level, the decision-making criteria for selecting a route will consider factors such as the cost, which refers to the number of hops or routers that must be crossed, the overall network performance in terms of speed and low congestion, the reliability of the source information for any given route, and if there are any redundant paths that can be used in the event of failure, and other cost values such as latency or delay. But as mentioned, in most cases there is more than one route between the source and the destination, so routers build and maintain tables that store those routes. But to determine which is the best choice for any given situation requires evaluating more specific attributes for each routing entry, which include the administrative distance, the prefix length, the metric, and if applicable, any routing policies. The administrative distance is effectively a reliability value in terms of the trustworthiness of the source where that route came from, and the lower the value, the more reliable the route. But that value itself isn't just arbitrarily determined. It considers factors such as the routing protocol that was used to obtain the information. Now, we'll see some examples of how various protocols affect the administrative distance in just a moment, so I'll come back to this point. The prefix length refers to the CIDR notation used for the destination network, such as /24 or /28, with longer prefixes or higher values, representing more specific routes, because a longer prefix means that there are fewer bits used to address hosts on the network that matches the destination address. For example, if a destination address is 192.168.1.98 and there are 2 routing table entries for other addresses, let's say one for 192.168.1.10/24 and one for 192.168.1.105/28, then the entry with /28 only leaves 4 bits to address host systems, which is only 2 to the power of 4, or 16 total addresses, only 14 of which are usable for host addressing. So there are far fewer hosts on that network, meaning it's more specific, so that route is preferred. The metric refers to the values such as the hop count or the number of routers that must be crossed, along with the bandwidth and latency. So lower metric values are favored over higher values. Now, policy-based routing allows administrators to create these predefined policies that can sometimes override or at least influence routing decisions, such as by specifying certain values, such as the source address, the destination address, or the type of service. In other words, you might let the router make its own decisions most of the time, but if the factors being considered match those specified in a policy, then the policy will be used to select the route. Policies can generally be thought of as exceptions for certain situations. So coming back to the administrative distance, as mentioned, one of the primary factors in terms of how trustworthy the source of that routing entry is the protocol that was used in obtaining it. Recall that routers exchange information with each other using routing protocols. So the particular routing protocol that was used to obtain any given routing entry has an effect on the reliability of that entry. So with static routing, there is no routing protocol at all. In other words, the route was manually entered into the router by an administrator, or to put that another way, it was not obtained through routing table exchanges. So these are considered to be the most trustworthy, and therefore the default administrative distance for statically entered routes is 1, or the most reliable. Routes obtained through the open shortest path first protocol have a default distance of 110. Then the routing information protocol is 120, and the border gateway protocol is 200. Now these are just a few examples. There are several other routing protocols, and in truth, I don't really know what criteria is used to determine one protocol's reliability over any other, but the values are all preset as a built-in attribute of the protocol, but they can be changed if you feel that you prefer one protocol over another. But in the end, if there were 2 routes in the table that were the same in every other aspect other than their administrative distance, the lower distance value would be preferred. So there are certainly a number of factors to consider when it comes to selecting a route, but the good news is those decisions are made automatically by the routers. So it's not as though you, as a routing administrator, have to go through all of these entries and prioritize them yourself. Although it's not a bad idea from time to time to at least examine which entries are present in your routers so that you can possibly remove any entries that you know are no longer valid. In this presentation, we'll examine the process of NAT, or Network Address Translation, and PAT, or Port Address Translation. Now, beginning with NAT, this is the process of translating or mapping a private IP address used in internal networks to the public IP addresses of the internet and vice versa. Now, this can be done in what's known as a one-to-one or a many-to-one relationship, whereby one-to-one maps a single private address to a single public address, and many-to-one typically maps many private addresses to a single public address. Now, PAT is essentially a type of NAT, but it refines the process a bit by including the port numbers. So it still maps private addresses to public addresses, but typically with PAT, we're usually talking about the many-to-one relationship. So this is what you would generally see when you have a private internal network with many clients that needs all of those private addresses mapped to a single public address. Now, before looking at the processes themselves, let's address why this is even needed in the first place. So it simply comes down to the fact that the private addresses that we all use in our internal LANs are never routed to the public internet. So in order for any of us in a private or internal network to get to the public internet, there has to be at least one public IP address which is assigned to the outward-facing interface of our router. But in terms of communications over TCP/IP, this all comes down to the fact that when we make a request of any other system, included in the packet is the destination address, which of course is the system we want to reach, and the source address, so that the destination system knows where to send the information back. So when we open our browsers from an internal network and we want to reach a website, that site is of course on the public internet. So the destination address is therefore a public address. But a client system on the internal LAN is likely using a private address such as 192.168.1.12 or any other private address. So if the packet were to specify that as the return address, the web server on the other side would never be able to route its packets back to you because its router, and every router in the world, will see 192.168.1.12 as a private address, and it will never forward those packets out onto the public internet. So in other words, the return address cannot be a private address. So that's where NAT comes into play. So over on the left-hand side of this graphic, we see the internal private network with private addresses being used, such as 192.168.1.12 and 192.168.1.10. It doesn't really matter what those systems are, but those are the private addresses in use on this network. And every system on that network would have a default gateway of something like 192.168.1.1 in this case, which is the inward-facing interface of the router. So every system on the LAN can reach the router, but the router then essentially strips off those private addresses and sends the packet out onto the public internet with a public return address, which in this case is 23.54.50.122. So now that web server sees a public address as the return address, and it can now send the packets back to you. Once they arrive back at our router, the router also has to remember that the original request came from my system, we'll say, so that it can forward the packets back to the requesting system. But by using NAT, it keeps the internet separate from the internal networks. It's also worth mentioning that this process came about in the first place due to the exhaustion of the public internet address space. In short, there just aren't enough public addresses in IP version 4 to address every single interface. But since private addresses are never routed to the public internet, we can all use those private address blocks however we like without interfering with each other. So my internal network can have the exact same address scheme as your internal network without issue. So even with hundreds or even thousands of internal devices, we still only need a single public address to have internet access, which of course reduces the number of public addresses that are required. Now, that process of translating addresses is consistent in all implementations of NAT, but there are a few different types. Static is typically the aforementioned one-to-one relationship, whereby you manually create an entry that says this public address is always translated to this private address. Dynamic, then, is typically the many-to-one scenario, whereby there are multiple private addresses mapped to a single public address, which is certainly more common these days. And then, as mentioned, PAT, or port address translation, which is in fact the most common these days, simply includes the port value to refine the service. So with PAT, we still see the same private addresses in the internal LAN of 192.168.1.12 and 192.168.1.10. And again, it doesn't really matter what those values are, but then the colon after the address indicates the port number or the application protocol being used. So we still need to translate the address as it goes through the router, and it will still translate all the private addresses.
Y'all doing okay? Did y'all need anything? I'm right here.
54.50.122 in this case. But the table maintained by the router also remembers which system made which request and over which port. So any one system could, of course, make multiple requests, but for different services or applications. So in this table, we do see two entries that use the same IP address, but different port numbers. But that's perfectly fine. As they pass through the router, no matter what the private address is, it's still translated to the public address, but it remembers the port number as well, so that the particular type of service or application can be returned back accordingly. So in terms of comparing them, NAT is still the process of translating local internal addresses to external public addresses, which is also still done with PAT. But NAT in and of itself is not concerned with port numbers, whereas PAT is. Now, the entry that says single request for NAT doesn't mean that it can only work for a single address. In other words, it's not that one-to-one relationship. Rather, it refers to the fact that since there is no port number, each request from each system will always generate a single and separate entry in the NAT table of the router, whereas PAT can accommodate multiple requests in the same entry. The IP address would be the same, but a different port number would be used for each request. In short, NAT requests only use the IP address, whereas PAT requests use the IP address and the port number. Now, all of that said, in day-to-day conversation, NAT is probably still the term that you'll hear most often. It tends to just be a little more familiar, but officially the process that's used in almost every environment these days would be PAT, because it does include the port number. But ultimately, they both allow internal systems on a LAN to be able to reach the internet without needing a public IP address for every LAN system. In this presentation, we'll take a look at the first hop redundancy protocol, or FHRP, which provides us with the means to implement a redundant network topology in terms of routing, but more specifically for client systems to be able to always have a default gateway available, which of course provides those clients with all access to external networks, most notably the internet. In short, almost every production system on every network will have a default gateway configured, but in almost every case, there will only be one default gateway. So if it were to go down, then all external connectivity would be lost. So FHRP reduces the risk of failure and helps to ensure business continuity by implementing multiple routers, so that in the event of failure of one of the default gateways, another router is available to continue to provide external network connectivity. So the first hop redundancy protocol helps to mitigate the risk of losing connectivity by implementing a virtual IP address as the default gateway for all clients. Now, just quickly, we'll take a closer look at virtual IP addresses in our very next presentation. But in short, it's an address that is not actually assigned to any real interface of any real router, but the protocol recognizes it as being used purely to accept incoming client requests. But since there are multiple routers in use as backups with FHRP, it means that unless all routers were to somehow fail at the same time, then at least one router will still be available. So again, FHRP uses a virtual IP address as well as a virtual MAC address, so that client systems can all be configured with a single IP address as the default gateway. And in short, if the default gateway being used were to fail, a backup router will become available, usually within a matter of seconds, to continue to provide external connectivity, which of course provides us with the redundancy just mentioned. So while client systems might experience a short delay due to the failed router, services will still continue, so no actual disruption occurs. So in terms of putting this all together, first off, you have to have multiple actual routers in use, and for the sake of simplicity, let's just say that there are two of them, R1 and R2. Each of those routers will have an actual IP address that is unique on the network, just like any other system. So let's just say that R1 is using 192.168.1.1, and R2 is using 192.168.1.2. But then the aforementioned virtual IP address and virtual MAC address is also configured on each router. But since it's just a virtual IP address, it can be the same on both routers. So let's say the virtual IP address is 192.168.1.10. So then one router is configured as the default router, let's say it's R1 in this case, and R2 would be configured as a backup. But it's the virtual IP address that is used as the default gateway for all client systems. So as long as R1 is healthy, requests from clients that are sent to the virtual IP address of 192.168.1.10 are translated to the actual IP address of R1 and processed accordingly. But if R1 should fail, then R2 has the same virtual IP. So the requests are simply translated to 192.168.1.2, and all requests are assumed by R2, and services can continue without disruption. And again, nothing had to be changed on the clients themselves. They all still point to the virtual IP address. Now, to finish up, there are a few different varieties of FHRP, the first of which is known as Hot Standby Router Protocol, which is a proprietary implementation of Cisco, and it's pretty much what I just described, wherein Router 2 is standing by, ready to assume services should Router 1 fail. So you can kind of think of that as the default implementation, so to speak. But the key point is that it is a proprietary protocol, so it only works on Cisco routers. For environments not using Cisco routers, then the Virtual Router Redundancy Protocol is an open standard equivalent that is also implemented in the same manner as just described. But if you are using Cisco routers, then a more recent implementation has been released known as the Gateway Load Balancing Protocol, which simply makes use of the fact that your redundant routers are there, ready and able to handle routing tasks. So rather than just having them as standby routers, which only become active in the event of failure of the default router, they can be used in addition to the default router, so that all requests are balanced evenly across all routers, which makes for less work for any single router, in turn creating a more efficient routing environment. So again, just for easy visualization, in my previous example, R1 will handle 100% of all requests, and R2 only becomes active if R1 fails, so it handles 0% of all requests. Then if R1 does fail, then R2 handles 100% of all requests. But with GLBP, R1 and R2 would both actively handle approximately 50% of all requests, and one of them would only have to kick it up to 100% in the event of either one failing. Ultimately, though, the key aspect of FHRP is to simply ensure redundancy so that services can continue in the event of a failed router. From that point, implementing GLBP would just be a bonus, so that's really your call. But by using FHRP, you can certainly help to ensure the business continuity of your environment. In this presentation, we'll examine what's known as a virtual IP address, whereby the IP address that is visible to client systems is not bound to a single node. In fact, it can be used to access multiple nodes. So what does that look like? There are in fact several instances where this can be useful, but I'll give you a common example known as clustering. In clustering, there are literally multiple servers that all perform the same service. Now, clustering itself came about primarily for the purposes of fault tolerance, which ensures that the servers that provide us with very important services are available as much as possible. So, for example, your company database may be very important to your day-to-day operations, but if it were to be hosted on a single server, and that server were to fail, then obviously the database goes down. But in a cluster, there are multiple servers that all host identical copies of the database, and they all replicate with each other. But from the perspective of a client, they don't make a connection to server 1, server 2, or server 3. There is a single node that they see that represents the multiple devices of the cluster. So the virtual IP address essentially represents all of the systems in the cluster. So that single IP address that is visible to the clients simply gets redirected to a real address of a real server behind the virtual address, so to speak. Now, there are a couple of different implementations of clustering, but for the sake of argument, let's just say that there are 3 database servers and they're all up and running, and they're all servicing client requests. This, by the way, also allows you to distribute the workload across all 3 servers, and it's referred to as active clustering. But if any one of the servers were to go down, it's not critical because the request can be redirected to one of the other surviving servers. So this also ensures availability. But again, clients do not see the actual IP addresses that are assigned to each actual server. The virtual IP address is simply configured on the cluster itself, and the redirection of requests to the actual servers is all handled automatically by the clustering software. But this makes it much easier to configure your clients because they all just connect to the same virtual IP address. Another implementation of virtual IP addresses is known as content distribution, whereby a content gateway, which is a single system that can represent multiple IP addresses on the same subnet, can rotate and distribute addresses among nodes that host a service. This system would have a primary or a real IP address bound to its interface card, but it can also serve many more virtual addresses by using DNS round robin, which points to a pool of virtual IP addresses as opposed to using the real addresses of the content gateway itself. Because virtual IP addresses are not bound to any particular system, a content gateway can take addresses from inactive nodes and distribute those addresses among the remaining live nodes if any failures are detected, because nodes communicate their status with their peers. So if a node fails, the issue can be remediated by negotiating which of the remaining nodes will take over the failed node's virtual IP address. Now, again, those are just 2 examples, but the idea is still that as far as clients are concerned, they're just using a single name or a single IP address to access a service. Whether that IP address is virtual or real, as far as the client is concerned, is irrelevant. They just want to be able to connect to an address and receive their service or their content. Which system services the request is handled behind the scenes, but again, it doesn't matter to the client. So with virtual IP addresses, you gain the ability to configure all of these behind-the-scenes mechanisms, so to speak, but in any implementation, they enable you to deliver services more efficiently and more reliably, which of course is more beneficial to all parties involved. In this video, let's take a look at using sub-interfaces, which is the process of creating a virtual interface by converting a physical interface into more than one logical interface. Now, all you have to do to achieve this is to assign more than one IP address to a single physical adapter. And this is something that is supported by just about every interface in use these days. Simply put, a single network adapter can have more than one IP address bound to it, and doing so effectively creates the sub-interfaces. So, as an example, let's look at connecting a router with only a single physical interface to multiple networks. Now, just to quickly clarify, if you were to go out and purchase what we might think of as an official network router, so to speak, it's going to have at least 2 interfaces, but you can also create a router out of any network server that might not be in use anymore, which can save you some money. So how does a server with only a single network interface route traffic between 2 networks? By simply creating multiple sub-interfaces, with each sub-interface having its own unique IP address. Now, this is going to be a very simple example just to make it easier to visualize. So let's just imagine a small network of 10 computers that are all connected to a single switch, okay? So if you then use the network address of 192.168.1, you can assign each host an address of, let's just say, 192.168.1.2.3.4.5.6.7.8.9, and .10, okay? So there are your 10 addresses all connected to that switch, and all systems can now see each other. So now, for whatever reason, you decide that you want to divide this network up into two networks. Well, all you have to do is to assign a different network ID to some of the hosts. So let's split it right down the middle, and we'll say that 5 of the systems will continue to use the original 192.168.1 network, and the hosts will still use 192.168.1.1, .2, .3, .4, and .5. So that's network 1. Then for the other systems, you can simply change the network address. So let's go with maybe 192.168.2. Then the host can be .1, .2, .3, .4, and .5 again. So that's network 2. But since those are different network addresses, even though all 10 systems are still plugged into the same switch, if a host on network 1 attempts to communicate with a host on network 2, TCP/IP will evaluate the addresses and determine that they are on different networks. So the packets will be sent off looking for a default gateway instead of being sent to the other host directly, and they won't be able to reach their destination. So now we have to bring a router into the mix. So we go get our router and we plug it into the switch, but if the router only has a single network adapter and a single IP address of, let's say, 192.168.1.254, then only the systems on network 1 would be able to see that router. So we can assign another address to the same interface of 192.168.2.254. Now that router has addresses in both networks, and all systems in each network will be able to find it. So by configuring the sub-interface, you get that additional address, and that single physical interface is now visible on 2 different networks. Now, another implementation of using sub-interfaces is known as VLAN traffic routing. Now, this is essentially the same process as I just described with respect to enabling a router to see more than one network, but this is a little more of a practical scenario. So with VLAN routing, you still have many physical systems all connected to each other, typically through switches. But with respect to managing the traffic and optimizing it, you might determine that there are simply too many systems on the network as it is, and therefore there is too much traffic, or perhaps you need to isolate one group of systems from another for security reasons. Now, of course, you can physically separate them if you want to, but you really don't have to. VLAN traffic routing is quite simply just using software to partition off various sections of the network. So once again, all you have to do is to configure the router as if it was a physical interface like any other, but you still just assign multiple addresses so that it's visible to each VLAN, because it's the address configuration that separates one network from another, not the physical connections.
Okay, everybody, how are y'all doing? I was busy talking to the other class. They're leaving today off the campus, so I just wanted to make sure everything was kosher. You guys good? Don't want to feel like I just left you out there. All right. Don't worry, we're not going to do any IP address stuff late for today.
You don't have to rewire anything.
Exactly, Kevo. Take a break. You got to take a break.
Is a physical pathway, but you can use software and virtual configurations to direct how that traffic will be moved from VLAN to VLAN.
And hopefully did y'all take y'all break? If you didn't take one, go ahead and take one.
Yeah, we're about to.
And the software to define the VLANs allows them to be logically separated even though they are still physically connected. So in short, by using sub-interfaces, you can reconfigure your network environment entirely at a logical level while leaving the physical network untouched, which can help to save you time, money, and effort. In In this presentation, we'll provide an overview of virtual local area networks, or VLANs, which allow you to abstract the physical connections of standard LANs, enabling you to create multiple logical networks without having to physically reconfigure the devices, such as the computers, switches, routers, and cabling. Now, just before we get into the details, a good analogy for a VLAN is a virtual machine, because with virtual machines, you still only have one physical host computer, but then software on that host is used to create additional machines that can all share the physical resources of the host. So for example, the physical host can use some of its memory, disk space, and processing time for itself, but it doesn't need all of it. So the virtual machines can be configured to use some of those same resources. And as long as the host system has enough of those resources, it can host more and more virtual machines. Similarly, with a VLAN, you still have to start with a physical network with all of the standard host systems, routers, switches, and cabling. But once everything is physically set up and connected, software can be used to reconfigure the network so that certain groups of systems can be isolated from other groups. But again, without having to physically disconnect, move, rewire, and reconnect any of your devices. This can make overall network management much easier, particularly for very large and very dynamic network environments, such as cloud service providers and other large data centers. Now, when it comes to configuration, VLANs are implemented on switches because these are the devices that physically connect all of the actual devices in the network. And in short, VLANs operate at layer 2 of the OSI model, just as switches do. But when you do begin to implement VLANs, you need to know about the 5 main types. The default VLAN can basically be thought of as the switch itself in its default state. In other words, if we just use a single 24-port switch as an example, when it powers on, all 24 ports belong to the default VLAN, and any device plugged into any of those 24 ports will be able to communicate with any other device plugged into any other port. So it's not really any different than how the switch would operate at a physical level, but since any port can be moved off into a different VLAN, the default VLAN just represents its home, so to speak, until it does get moved. Every switch that supports VLANs will have a default VLAN, and it can't be removed nor renamed. The management VLAN is configured to access the management capabilities of a switch, such as traffic logging and monitoring, and it ensures that bandwidth for management will be available even when user traffic is high. Any VLAN could be defined as the management VLAN, although many switches may come pre-configured with VLAN 1 as the management VLAN, but if so, it would be recommended to rename it. The native VLAN identifies traffic coming from each end of the trunk links, which themselves are the physical connections between switches or between switches and routers. A native VLAN is allocated only to a trunk port, and it places any untagged traffic, which is traffic that does not come from any other VLAN or from a device that doesn't support VLANs, onto the native VLAN. The data VLAN is used to divide the whole network into 2 main groups, one for users and one for devices. It's also sometimes referred to as the user VLAN because it's used only for user-generated data, not for management traffic or voice data. And on that note, the voice VLAN is configured to carry voice traffic only. And this helps to preserve bandwidth and improve voice over IP quality because it's often given a higher transmission priority over other network traffic. Now, when defining your own VLANs, there are 2 basic options: static VLANs and dynamic VLANs. As you might guess, static means that you manually assign any given physical port of the switch to any given VLAN, and it will remain that way until reassigned. Whereas with dynamic, software or other intelligent tools are used to assign ports to VLANs automatically. Dynamic assignments are also referred to as use-based because the port assignments are often based on the type of traffic or the device creating the traffic. For example, a port might be assigned to a VLAN based on the identity of the device as indicated by a security certificate or by the network protocols in use. And as such, a single port could be associated with multiple dynamic VLANs depending on its state at any given time. Static VLANs can, of course, require a little more manual configuration, but they tend to be more secure because a port assignment can't be changed without an administrator's permission or knowledge, whereas dynamic VLANs can require less administrative overhead, but the chance of ports being changed automatically can result in lower security, particularly if the primary reason for configuring your VLANs was to isolate systems from each other. As for their advantages, they offer simplified management and improved security in that they don't require in-depth monitoring and they allow you to divide systems and devices into multiple isolated LAN segments, all through software configuration. They're much more flexible than physical networks because they can be configured based on port, protocol, or other subnet criteria, and without any concern for the actual location of a device or the physical connections such as the cabling. Once all devices are physically connected to each other, their VLAN assignments are all done through software, so changes to the network do not require changing the location of your devices or rewiring your switches. And of course, all of this simply helps to save both time and costs, particularly in those very large and dynamic networks. Now, that all said, because you are configuring the network using software, there needs to be a means to store all of that configuration data, which is where the VLAN database comes in. It does exactly that. For instance, it stores the VLAN IDs for every VLAN you create, along with the name for each one, and various properties such as the maximum transmission unit, or MTU, because each VLAN can be configured differently. The VLAN database is typically stored in a file called vlan.dat, or DAT, which itself is stored in static or non-volatile memory on the switch so that it will retain its data if the switch is powered off. But this raises the question of how many actual switches you're using for your VLANs, because since VLANs are configured with software and don't rely on the physical ports to determine connectivity, any given VLAN can span more than one switch. Now, in a very simple configuration, wherein you might only use a single switch to create one or more smaller VLANs, you would only need a single VLAN database on that switch. But that would be pretty rare in a production environment, so on their own, you would have to configure every VLAN on every switch so that they would all know the same VLAN configuration. Now, that might seem like a lot of effort, but it can still work effectively if your environment is still relatively small. But in larger environments, you can avoid this by implementing what's known as VTP, or the VLAN trunk protocol, which implements a centralized VTP server. Then VLAN configuration data is distributed to all switches in the network, which reduces the need to configure the same VLANs everywhere. But that said, VTP is a proprietary protocol of Cisco, so if you aren't using Cisco switches, you might need to still use manual configurations, although there are alternative protocols used by other vendors, such as Multiple VLAN Registration Protocol. Another consideration is that once you configure even two separate VLANs, then as far as the host systems on each VLAN are concerned, they can no longer reach the hosts of the other VLAN because they are effectively on different networks. So in order to communicate across networks, you need to operate at layer 3 of the OSI model, or the network layer, which is where we find routers. So you can imagine then that if hosts on two separate VLANs do need to communicate with each other, then we would also have to connect a router to the switch. Now, you could do that, but many switches these days are what's known as layer 3 switches, which simply stated means that they can both switch and route. In fact, for many of you at home with any kind of high-speed internet, it's quite likely that your home router is in fact a layer 3 switch because it has physical switch ports on it so that multiple physical devices could be plugged into it and communicate with each other just like any other LAN. But it also connects that LAN to your ISP and therefore the internet, which is of course a different network. So it's both switching and routing. So to enable routing in a VLAN, a switched virtual interface, or SVI, is the routing interface that represents the IP address space for any VLAN connected to that interface. Now, recall that at a physical level, we're still dealing with a switch, which simply has physical ports into which you plug your cables. In other words, there is no physical interface to which this address is assigned. This is all done through internal processing, but at layer 3. So, for example, if you have VLAN 1 and VLAN 2, you can create SVI 1 and SVI 2, each with different IP addresses, one for each network, just like the two interfaces of an actual router. Then enable routing between those SVI addresses so that clients in each VLAN can now communicate with each other without needing an actual router. So there are certainly a number of considerations to factor in when it comes to using VLANs, but they can certainly reduce the administrative overhead of switching and routing, particularly in those large and dynamic environments. But if your network is smaller and much less dynamic, then you might not need to use VLANs at all. So like many things, the choice of using VLANs or not comes down to the circumstances. In this presentation, we'll examine some considerations when configuring switch interfaces, beginning with what's referred to as 802.1q port tagging. Now, just quickly, the 802.1q refers to a working group within the IEEE, which itself is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, who've been tasked with overseeing the development of many different internetworking standards. The number after the dot refers to various networking technologies and methods. For example, anything to do with dot 3 is Ethernet, and anything to do with dot 11 is wireless. Then the letter after the number typically refines these methods even more. So 1Q deals with VLANs, and in particular, tagging Ethernet frames so that switches can identify and segregate traffic by the VLAN to which those frames belong. In simpler terms, any single switch could have physical ports that belong to multiple different VLANs. So the tag simply indicates that this particular frame belongs to VLAN 1 and this one to VLAN 2, etc., etc. Tagging is in essence what allows VLANs to share the same physical switches while still isolating traffic to their individual VLANs, which in turn ensures that traffic on VLAN 1 doesn't find its way onto VLAN 2 and vice versa. Yet we can do this without having to physically reconfigure the switches themselves, including any cabling. So as you're configuring your switch interfaces in terms of your VLAN implementation, you simply assign the VLAN membership for each port of the switch. So for example, port 5 of switch 1 might belong to VLAN 10, and port 8 of switch 1 might belong to VLAN 20. Now, for any traffic that remains within that switch, the tags aren't necessary. So let's say that port 12 of switch 1 is also on VLAN 10. If it needs to communicate with port 5, then they're already both in the same VLAN, and traffic is simply moved from port to port based on the VLAN membership. But if port 5 of switch 1 needs to communicate with port 5 of switch 2, but they're still also within the same VLAN, then it's the trunk port that connects the two switches that applies the tag, because switch 2 needs to know which VLAN on that switch the frame should be delivered. The trunk port of switch 1 already knows that it originated in VLAN 10, so it simply applies the tag as it passes through the trunk port. Then when it's received by switch 2, it ensures that the frame is delivered to the appropriate VLAN on that switch. Now, not only does tagging provide you with the ability to isolate traffic, that isolation itself translates into increased security because a tagged frame cannot be delivered to any VLAN other than the one identified by the tag. They facilitate segmented or smaller networks, which are always easier to manage and offer better traffic control. They help to optimize bandwidth and reduce latency, and they can reduce the complexity of your network management by allowing you to configure consistent policies and configurations across multiple VLANs. Next is link aggregation, which allows you to combine multiple Ethernet links into a shared logical link, typically between two network devices, such as connecting one switch to another. Once you have multiple connections configured as a single link, they're referred to as a link aggregation group, or LAG. And you can configure more than one LAG on any given switch, and the LAG itself can also be included in any VLAN, and any given LAG can have more than 2 connections, but the maximum number of connections per LAG will depend on the device itself. Some devices also support the link aggregation control protocol, which can help to prevent errors in the setup process of your link aggregations, but if the switch is unmanaged, then link aggregation is not supported at all. As for some key features, link aggregation enables more efficient use of resources by load balancing the traffic across the aggregated links, which increases availability and reliability if one of the physical links should go down, because there would likely be other members that are still healthy. Aggregated links can help to optimize and improve bandwidth, and as such, it may help to save on costs as compared to having to purchase new equipment if an upgraded connection is required. In terms of configuration, each participating device must support link aggregation, and all devices must have the same settings for port speed, duplex mode, flow control, and MTU size. If the switches also have VLANs configured, then the member connections of the LAG must belong to the same VLAN, and you should avoid connecting the two devices with more than one cable until you've completed the LAG configuration, because if you do so on a device that doesn't have loop prevention, such as the spanning tree protocol, then you could end up creating a network loop. So ensure that your LAG is configured and functioning properly before adding any redundant cable connections. If you're using one, then other key configuration options might include specifying a voice VLAN, which allows for a dedicated path for voice packets to reduce contention and improve call quality. But this also relies on using quality of service, or QoS, which is able to distinguish different types of packets and can then assign different priorities based on the type. So by prioritizing voice traffic, QoS can reduce latency and improve the clarity of your calls. Using a voice VLAN also requires that managed switches be used, which are able to distinguish between different types of traffic, and the aforementioned QoS protocol must also be supported and enabled, and your voice VLAN must also have a specific VLAN ID to ensure that voice traffic remains isolated on that VLAN. The speed of an interface can also be configured and should be consistent for both ends of any given connection. Now, by default, every interface would be set to whatever the fastest speed supported by the switch is, so in most cases you likely won't have to change this, but if there are still legacy devices connected to the switch that run at slower speeds, such as 100 megabits per second, you should adjust accordingly. And again, ideally just make sure that each end of any given connection is set to the same speed, whether it's 100 megabits, 1 gigabit, 10 gigabit, etc. But that said, many switches will also have an auto negotiation setting whereby devices will automatically poll each other to set the speed accordingly, reducing or even eliminating the need for manual adjustments. The duplex mode will also likely be set by default, and duplex itself refers to the ability for traffic to flow in both directions, but half duplex means that each system must take its turn, so to speak. So A can only talk to B while B is listening, much like a phone call. Whereas with full duplex mode, A and B can both talk to each other at the same time. So full duplex mode is preferred because it's more efficient, and it's likely set by default, but again, some legacy equipment might not support full duplex. Now, if either the speed or the duplex mode don't match on either end, then it's not as though communications won't work at all, but it will have an impact on overall performance. A speed mismatch could result in one device flooding the other, so a lot of retransmissions could occur, which reduces throughput and takes away from available bandwidth. And a duplex mismatch could result in a high volume of collisions, which can significantly reduce the speed of the network, again, due to having to retransmit packets far too often. But collisions can have a broader effect because if they do happen too often, they can cause all systems on the VLAN to stop transmitting until the network quiets down. Then everyone can start communicating again. But if the collisions just keep reoccurring, then the same thing will happen over and over again. So again, ideally each end of any connection should have consistent interface settings. So there are certainly a number of settings to bear in mind when configuring your switch interfaces, but it's worth reiterating that many of them will be set to the correct values by default, but it's always a good idea to verify and to also review the settings periodically, particularly if your environment is very large and dynamic, to ensure that mismatches don't occur. In this presentation, we'll describe how the spanning tree protocol can be implemented on switches to mitigate a possible issue of what's known as looping, which in short means that a packet just loops around endlessly without ever reaching its intended destination. In this presentation, we'll describe how the spanning tree protocol can be implemented on switches to mitigate a possible issue of what's known as looping, which in short means that a packet just loops around endlessly without ever reaching its intended destination.
Charles says his brain is
Now,
officially melted
what is
for
a
the
loop
day.
in switching and how might they occur? Well,
It's
it
always
depends
like
on
that
how
with
the
the damn
switches are
cider.
implemented.
I was like, let's just
In
get
the
it out of the way
example,
on day
let's
3.
just imagine that you have two switches and they're
It
connected to
gets
each
easier.
other by a single cable. That will certainly work. But a single cable
That's right. He's
also
learned it.
means
That's
that
growth.
you
Yep.
have a single
Exactly
point of
right.
failure if that cable should fail. So you can add
Yeah,
a second cable
like
for
that's
redundancy.
probably the
Now,
most
if one
confusing
cable
lesson
fails, no
in
problem.
all of
You have the
Network
redundant
Plus is
one, so
cider.
services can continue.
Yep.
But as long as both cables are healthy,
I presented it to
that
you a couple of days
redundancy
early.
also
I
creates
just like to get it out of the way
So as an example,
and build on it.
imagine host 1 is plugged into switch 1. Switch 1 is plugged into switch 2 with 2 cables, and host 2 is plugged into switch 2. So if host 1 needs to reach host 2, it will first send out an ARP, or Address Resolution Protocol request, to obtain the MAC address of host 2. That's how systems find each other in switching. But ARP requests are broadcasts. So like any broadcast, the traffic is sent out over every other interface other than the one on which it was received to ensure that host 2 will hear it. Now, host 2 will hear it, but so will the port where the second cable is attached. So when switch 2 receives the broadcast, it sends it back out over that redundant cable back to switch 1, which sends it back out over every other port, including the original cable, because the broadcast was received from switch 2 over the redundant cable. So since it sends it back out over every port, it sends it out the original cable, which connects it back to switch 2, and the loop is created. Now, that's only one example, and ARP requests do settle down, so to speak, once the switch becomes aware of all of the MAC addresses of the systems that are connected to it. But there are many other Ethernet frames that also use broadcasts. So even if ARP requests stop, other protocols will still generate broadcast traffic. And on top of that, Ethernet frames also do not have a TTL value, or a time to live, meaning that if a loop does occur, it will loop endlessly and the switches will quickly become flooded. So how then does the spanning tree protocol mitigate loops when they arise? Well, in short, it blocks certain interfaces when necessary to create a loop-free topology. Now, obviously that's simple enough to say, but how does it determine which interface to block? Well, there are a few components to that process, but for starters, each switch with spanning tree enabled will first send special frames to all other switches to which they're connected, called a Bridge Protocol Data Unit, or BPDU. which itself contains two values: a MAC address of the port where the interconnection cables are attached, and a priority. These two values make up what is then treated as a bridge ID. Now, the priority value is actually the same on all switches by default, but it can be changed. But even if they're left at their default values, which by the way is 32,768, then the MAC address is still used to ensure that the bridge ID is unique. And the switch with the lowest bridge ID, considering both the priority and the MAC address, becomes what's known as the root. And all other switches are non-root. So let's imagine now that there are three switches. And to help visualize this, imagine them arranged in a triangle. So each switch is connected to the other two. Now, we don't need redundant cables between all switches because there is still a redundant path from any switch to any other switch. For example, if switch 1 is at the top of the triangle, switch 2 is on the bottom left, and switch 3 at the bottom right, then 1 can get to 2 directly. But if the connection between them were to fail, it can still get to switch 2 by going through 3. But once again, that redundancy still creates the possibility of a loop. So again, if all priorities are left the same, then the MAC address breaks the tie. So let's just use simple figures and say that the MAC address of switch 1 is AA, switch 2 is BB, and switch 3 is CC. As such, switch 1 has the lowest bridge ID, and it becomes the root, and 2 and 3 are non-root. With the root established, that switch will label its ports that are connected to switch 2 and switch 3 as designated ports, and all non-root switches will first determine the shortest path to the root, which in this example are the direct connections up to the root, as opposed to a path that goes through the other switch, and it will label those connections as root ports. Now, I know that this might be a little tricky to visualize, so in summary, switch 1 is the root, at the top of the triangle in this case, and its two ports that connect to switches 2 and 3 are called designated since it's the root. Switch 2 at the bottom left finds the shortest path to the root, which is straight up as opposed to through switch 3. So that port is labeled as the root port. Then switch 3 does the exact same thing. So with all of that in place, if a loop is detected, the spanning tree protocol on switches 2 and 3 will first determine that they both have lower priorities than the root, and that the packets traveling between 2 and 3 are doing so over connections that aren't their root connections, because recall that the root connections only go up to switch 1, so it will shut that connection down, thereby breaking the loop. Now, just to finish up, recall that this only happens if a loop is detected. If switch 2 needs to communicate directly with switch 3, it can certainly still do so. As long as it doesn't generate a loop, then every switch will always try to take the shortest path. So again, spanning tree is only there to deal with loops when they occur. Otherwise, traffic will pass as directly as possible through your switches. In this video, we'll provide an overview of the maximum transmission unit, or MTU value, along with variations to that unit known as jumbo frames. But to get started, the MTU itself is pretty much as its name indicates. It's a measurable value that indicates the largest acceptable packet size that any given network-connected device will accept. However, if packets should arrive that are larger than the specified MTU value, they don't just get discarded. They can be broken up into smaller pieces so that each sub-packet, if you will, can still be transmitted. Then, those sub-packets are reassembled at the destination into their original format, which helps to ensure greater compatibility in terms of the different types of systems that might be on any given network. Now, the MTU value itself is expressed in bytes, not bits, and in most cases, you'll see a default value of 1500 on most network interfaces. So, with respect to packets that do exceed the MTU, as mentioned, they can be broken up into smaller chunks so that they can still be transmitted, which itself is a process known as fragmentation. Now, any sender and receiver that are communicating can check with each other to determine the MTU setting for each system and implement fragmentation if necessary. But in many cases, it won't just be something like computer 1 being directly connected to computer 2. The MTU value also has to be considered for any and all routers, switches, and network servers that might be in between those two systems. So let's just say that in order for computer 1 to reach computer 2, it has to cross 2 switches and 2 routers. Now, if neither computer is aware of the MTU setting of those interconnecting devices, and assuming each computer is set to the default value of 1500 bytes, then of course their packets will be sent out using that size. But if for some reason router 2 has an MTU of 1400, then it'll be router 1 that will fragment the packets before sending them, because recall that any two systems can check with each other to verify their MTU values. In other words, every system along the communication pathway does not need to know the MTU value of every other system. It can be negotiated whenever needed. That said, there are some cases where packets can't be fragmented, in which case they will not be delivered if the MTU value is exceeded. Most notably, fragmentation is not permitted whenever IP version 6 is used, so if you do discover that this is an issue on any given device, you might want to ensure that IP version 4 is still being used as well. You can absolutely have both protocols enabled on almost any device. In addition, there might be instances where a don't fragment flag is set in the IP header of the packets, in which case, of course, those packets won't be fragmented either. Now, this is something that would be set by an application or another protocol. In other words, you aren't manually applying this value yourself, but if any don't fragment packets are received by a device that has a smaller MTU value than the size of the packets being received, it will return a message back to the sender using the ICMP or Internet Controlled Message Protocol, informing the sender that the packets couldn't be accepted because they were too large and couldn't be fragmented. So you could at least be made aware of the issue. Now, on the opposite side is the jumbo frame, which is any frame that is larger than the standard MTU of 1500 bytes. They commonly have an MTU value of 9000 bytes, and they came about largely because the 1500 byte specification was determined quite some time ago, and modern internetworking devices are simply much faster in terms of processing. So by allowing jumbo frames, much more data can be sent in fewer packets, which can help to improve performance, particularly on network backbones that are 1 gigabit or higher in speed. In fact, for the highest speed networks, you can even implement super jumbo frames, which allow MTU values even higher than 9000 bytes, with a theoretical value in IP version 4 of up to 65,535 bytes, but you would rarely see a value that high in practice. Ultimately, in most scenarios, the default MTU of 1500 bytes is likely going to be fine for almost all transmissions. So unless you encounter a specific reason to change it on any portion of a communications link, you can generally leave it set at its default. But it certainly could be worth testing out the implementation of jumbo frames if your network is very fast. So in this course, we've examined characteristics of routing and switching technologies. We did this by exploring static and dynamic routing, route selection, and NAT and PAT, first hop redundancy protocol, virtual IP addressing, layer 3 sub interfaces, VLANs and SVIs, network and switch interface configuration, the spanning tree protocol, and the maximum transmission unit. In our next course, we'll move on to explore how to select and configure wireless devices and technologies, as well as important factors of physical installations.
We'll go over our last words for today in about like 10 till, so we can wrap up our day. Okay, everybody. We're gonna wrap this puppy up today. All right. So earlier today, before we got into cider, we talked about, what did we talk about? Somebody remind me.
IPs.
I think cider erased all our memories. Golly. What did we do? Martin's like, yep. Oh my gosh. Yep, thank you. Thank you very much. Coaxial, twin axial. We were talking about terminators.
Yeah.
To terminate something, right? RJ45, RJ11. Sometimes you'll have a transceiver put on the end to assist with the continuation of a transmission or receiving a transmission. So you might have to take your terminating end of something to connect it to something else so it can continue, right? The transmission based on what you need.
Yeah.
We were saying too that you may need a media converter on a network. So if you're receiving, let's say, a light pulse signal from fiber, and you need to convert that high-speed data back into an acceptable medium for how you are transmitting data on a network, you may need that media converter to turn it from light back into digital so it can continue its journey through your network, right? So we talked about that. Then we went into configurations, right? You have your runt, something that's less than sometimes 50 megabytes, real under the radar, sneaking through a network. Then you have your regular size segments or maximum transmission unit, anything from 55 megabits up to 1500. And then you have your giants, anything that's above 1550, somewhere around 9200. But you have to configure that. Remember, it doesn't happen automatically.
Yeah.
You can actually go into your NIC card, add additional NIC services, and add that service if you want on your PC if you want. So you can actually go in there and see on the adapter settings. Okay. Then we wandered down the rabbit hole. We talked about cider. Now it comes full circle on the Network Plus exam. In 1201, we talked about class full address. Predetermined set of rules, right over here, right here. I'm circling it. Predetermined set of rules, class full, that starts at 0. Remember we talked about a default address? That can go all the way up to 127.255.255.255 in each octet. 0 to 127, 0 to 255, 0 to 255, 0 to 255. And it came out with this is what it used to be. This used to be the class full. But then it said, yo, we're running out of addresses, like Aaliyah asked. What's the purpose of having private addresses? Because we were running out of IPv4 public addresses. So then they said, well, let's divide up these classes and carve out some personal IP addresses that we can use on the private side that everybody can use. It's just not a one-shot address. Once we give it out, we can't use it anymore, right? Let's carve out sections in each one where IT administrators can use them over and over and over. So then that was the birth of class full addressing. All right, where I can play around and break the rules. So as we looked at it here, this is the CIDR notation, VLSM. That's just basically saying I'm only going to make as many networks as I need with the appropriate IP address range. That's what variable length subnet mask is. That's all. Well, how do we do that? Here's a cheat sheet. We don't start at 0. Those are default addresses. We start at bits. An IPv4 address, 4 octets, 8 bits in each octet. 4 times 8, 32. As we see in the chart, binary digit number 1, that's in the first octet, first position, right there. See it? All the way up to the 32nd position in the 4th octet, right there. 8 bits in each one. That's how it's divided. So if you were to follow each 8 bits in each section, it's telling you your subnet mask as you go up. The more addresses you get is because you had to take a network bit, break open a new octet, and you're basically paying it forward. It's like you're leaving change and you're paying for a Starbucks coffee and there's 1 cent left, and you say, keep that, pay it forward to somebody else. Well, you're doing that so you can break open new octets. So you always have a lingering bit that just falls over into a new range. Okay? So it tells us right here, if we work backwards, how many subnets? So it's telling you on each one of the subnets you create, here's the number of addresses you can have. Bit position number 32, right here. The last octet. 1 host. Bit position 31, 2. And it just multiplies by 2 as it goes down. That's how you know. So when you wind up back in the first octet, bit position number 1, way over here, by the time you try to cipher, you'll have 2,147,483,648 IP addresses that you can create. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. It's paying it forward, ain't it? So that's how you read this chart. Right. That's why we have computers that do it. For an IT administrator to do it on your own, you usually start floating right here or right here to do the quick chart that I told you about.
Yeah.
Just to give out quick IP addresses. You should not have to manually. This is what they used to have to do. They used to have to manually figure this stuff out. Nowadays, a computer does it for you, or the switch will do it for you, and you just plug in what you need, and it gives you everything. You know that subnet calculator I gave you? Yeah, that's what people use. But if you're troubleshooting a network, usually you do not want more than 128 devices on one LAN. This is what they call a manageable number that you can see in front of you that you can divide out. That's manageable for an IT administrator. If I ever catch one of y'all putting 4,000 items on one network, I'm coming after you. You're just making it hard on yourself. I don't know why you're doing that. Okay? Don't do it. Okay? A manageable network will have segments of 128. You live here. Live down here. Okay? All right. Tomorrow we'll start getting into 23 and 24. I'll show you how the subnet mask, all it does is shift. That's all. One of the zeros to become a placeholder, you skip it and then drop in the subnet mask. Nothing changes really. Still we're running out of IP addresses, but no SSNs. SSNs are 9 digits, 9 Ps are 4 octets, billions of people use. Yes, you are so right about that. Michael, you are so right. Seems like a scam. But that's where we ended it today. Tomorrow, like I said, we'll still do our lessons, right? But sometimes we have to take a break each hour, and I'll just throw you something and be like, what is this? Like right now, before we get out of here.
Yeah.
What's this? How many computers can I put on the /26? Usable. 62. There you go, Charles.
62.
There you go. How many usable computers can I put on the /28? Usable addresses.
14 then.
16? Correct. What two addresses are automatically reserved in an IP range?
The network and the broadcast, the first and the last.
Correct. Man, you're on a roll. Look at you guys. All right. How many? Okay, now I'm gonna really throw you a curveball before this is the last one before we get out of here. What is the ending subnet mask on a /29?
The ending subnet mask 248.
248.
Oh!
Have 248.
Somebody get that man a Kool-Aid. There you go. That's how it happens. To be fair, it's on the chart. True. But you're right. But you know what? Now you know how to read it, don't you?
Yep, the chart.
Now you know how to read the chart. That's the fun part. That chart helps. It's in the chat. I dropped it in the chat, so make sure you download it before you get out of here today. Did I put it in the chat? Yeah, I did. 5:43 p.m.
Yeah.
Put that in your folder. Yep, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. I like that. That's why they call it the cheat sheet. Oh my God. All right, anything for me? All right, and with that, we end the day saying skibby hip, be safe, and if you need something, don't forget to clock out.